boy, here we go streaming again. Okay, just need to do the last thing, which is to post, get my post up. Oh, dang it, wrong button. Just want to make sure I got all the links to my streams in a nice little post for people. Boy, am I glad though, just for have something to chit chat about. Boy, am I glad that I didn't actually finish this video I was making because oh crap, brand new patch drops and it doesn't. I will say a lot of what I was messing with and planning, it didn't invalidate, but it absolutely. I'm glad I didn't put the patch out or the video out because yeah, it's there's new exploration stuff that I want to cover, and hopefully hopefully it turns out that I don't need to change too much. I'm not expecting a whole lot to have changed as far as the start. All right, let's copy the text here. So, new patch 0.97a for Starsector. To be playing a new file from the ground up, including redoing or replaying the story. It's also going to start by talking about the patch notes. Then I'm going to be blah 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 blah. Find me on YouTube or Twitch. The Twitch stays the same. It's the YouTube one that changes. Because every time I stream on YouTube, instead of just being able to link my channel easily, I have to link the actual stream, which I have to then go find real quick. Okay, no, it is not for kids. Save. And where's the button to go to the live page? Probably faster just to go to my channel and find it there. It's kind of depressing how difficult it is to stream with YouTube. Alright, find me on YouTube or Twitch. Boop. Alright, I think so. Post that there. Post that on my own bulletin board there. And I think we're ready to go. Alright, so yeah, for those who this is the first video you find of mine, welcome. And let me just start off by saying I am so glad I postponed my video because now I'll not only be able to make a better video than I was originally planning, a series of videos, but now I'll get to include some stuff about the new content. Because there's a few things that stand out right away that are going to alter my approach. Namely, there's new exploration targets, and I'm going to be exploring those right off the bat once we get playing. I'm going to start off by saying that it's probably going to be 30 minutes to an hour of me just rambling about these patch notes before we get into the actual gameplay. Just fair warning. I will, when this video, my stream finishes, I'm going to chop this into its own separate video. Edit out some of the dead air at the start and whatnot. So we'll have a nice easy video so you can find these notes on the patch notes. I did this before with the last patch a year ago, and I was very happy with the response to that, even though I'm a small-time guy with my small-time channel. People were happy with how I presented those notes. So I'm going to try and do that again today. Um, I did try to get a guest to come in, but I think honestly, video might just be more concise if it's just me rambling on by myself. Although if you are in chat, feel free to chime in, and I will be more than happy to talk more about the patch notes. So let's just go ahead and get off right away and get off to a good start. We are talking about Starsector 0.97a release, formerly known as 0.96.1, I believe. In fact, that's down here somewhere, probably. When they changed, decided that all the new content was worthy of a new number, which I agree. There's a lot added to this. Uh, I'm going to go follow the reverse order of updates, essentially the way it's presented in the forum post. The meat of it was put up in January 1st in the patch notes. That's where a lot of the stuff is that we're going to dive into deeply. So I'm going to skim over most of this stuff up on the later sections added to the post, just so we can get to that chunkier section. So it looks to be that most of the February's 2 stuff that's changed is just bug fixes. Although the proximity charge launcher being more frequently sold at Tritachyon instead of the Dictat. I didn't even realize that the Dictat was selling more of them. This is an item I think of as like a rare find when you find it out in the wild. Don't always see them quite that much. And I don't tend to end up getting into any of the military markets where you actually find good weapons for sale. So I just didn't even notice that this was more available now. But now it makes sense to me that Tritachyon would have it. So that's a nice change. The Dragonfire medium refire delay, the large refire delay. I like the Dragonfires. I feel like they're not always worth equipping over Cyclone Reapers, but as like because I use the Wolf Pack, so a lot of times if I have a medium missile launcher, it's the primary weapon on the Vigilance, and to put the Dragonfire on there significantly reduces the ammo available, considering how fast the Vigilant can fire. So I've very rarely used the Dragonfire torpedoes. However, they are very good. They're much easier to land than the dummy fired rockets that do the most damage. The only thing is though is this is another situation where I feel like the AI does not use them as well as I would like, and so I feel like Dragonfire, while they're great as a weapon overall, putting them in the AI hands, especially as their primary weapon, is just not going to work out in the long run. Definitely doesn't work out in my Wolfpack. I'd much rather have a Cyclone Reaper launcher. Seems like they know how to manage that better. Whereas with Dragonfire, it's like I see them spam fire and just get absorbed completely by shields, or they wait until the target is completely disabled, in which case any weapon would have been good there, as opposed to the Dragonfires. They just don't have the ammo count for me to really want to lean into them. So seeing them now with the refire delay, it's like I'm personally not going to notice that much. And the change is mostly on the medium-sized ones, which I think is the least valuable of them. Because like I said, it takes a whole medium slot, and you only get like very few missiles. Hold on, let me open the game up real quick so I can bring up the codex. I don't remember, does the codex show weapons? I wanted to have the codex up anyway for the new ship, as well as I want to go over the skills. There's some skill changes in the patch notes as well. But real quick, yeah, we can see weapons. Dragonfire DEM. Yeah, this boy. So for 12 ordnance points, you only get 2 ammo. That's rough. That's really, really rough. Like, that's, in my opinion, just not at all worth it. The larger one gets 5, which is a little bit better. It's still a lot of ordnance points to only get 5 shots. I think the assumption here is that you're going to put it on a ship that either can reload themselves, or that like putting these side by side on the Griffin, for example, I think would be really good because you could fire off all of them really quickly. And this is probably where the refire delay kicks in, because with the With the Griffin, I feel like the large missile mount is the primary. So like you're spending that before you reload, and then now you have to think about, the Dragonfires are going to take like, if you have expanded missile racks, it could take like 30 seconds to a full minute if you have missile specialization to fully dump all of your Dragonfires out before you can hit the reload button. So that is definitely a very specific scenario where this buff or this nerf hits hard. But I just still don't think it's worth it. I mean, I guess on the Griffin, I do like it the more I'm thinking about it because those side-mounted racks are so difficult to utilize. But utilizing them with the Dragonfire or DEMs in general, but especially the Dragonfire as like a finisher follow-up to your primary large missile launcher, yeah. But now they're just a little bit worse. But yeah, the ammo cost is just too low for me to want to use them on Vigilance, so I don't often see those in my fleets. It's just 15 ordnance points or 12 ordnance points to only get 2 missiles. It's just rough. That's brutal. That's like no, no thank you. Um, some modding notes, some bug fixes, which I didn't even know were problems. I appreciate. The main one here is the Neuralink ship is if your Neuralinked ship is disabled, you can now transfer back to your physical location via the Neuralink. I've messed around with the Neuralink. I think it's a very cheeky, fun mechanic. Two brains or two ships, one brain. Very fun. I think it adds a nice flair to like the solo run where it's like, yeah, I'm playing two ships, but it's the same captain. To me, that's like a yeah, it's a nice extension of the solo ship run, which I love the solo ship run. I need to do another one sooner than later, and I was planning on doing a duo ship run with the Neuralink. I'll have to look into doing that sooner than later as well. Once some of the mods catch up, because that's one where I would want to do it in Nexerland and have like start level 8 so I can have the Neuralink online right away and have a few other skills to make it more exciting because having to build up to the Neuralink is just no fun. They also once we get down to the skills, we'll see that that's been shifted down to be more accessible too. All right, so notes back to January. Hyperspace topography, fuel reduce has been buffed, which is nice. So whenever you're in a slipstream, you use even less fuel, which is great because when you get into a slipstream, slipstreams used to be like really kind of a trap almost because you wouldn't think about the fact that yeah you're going faster but you're burning fuel equal to the speed not equal to the distance traveled, so like the speed increase was also increasing your fuel consumption, so that 50% was essentially just offsetting it. So now it's actually fuel, like it's even better to get into a slipstream, which is nice. Like slipstreams were a real easy way to end up burning through fuel and not realizing what you're doing as you're crossing the entire map. And the ability to add a gate. This is a huge one. And I know modders have had this for a while, but to see in the vanilla game that we can now colonize whatever system we want and put a gate there, like that's exciting. I'm wondering what the mechanics are behind it. If you need, I'm assuming you would need to have completed the storyline first. Um, but it would be nice if it was just something available, even if you hadn't. It's going to be interesting seeing how that's implemented. That's something that I'm going to do in this playthrough that I'm going to do today. Is I'm going to focus on colonization because a lot of what these changes are working with the as you can see over here, the colony crisis tweaks. One of my biggest issues with the last patch was that colonies became so much more busy work. It just felt like a headache, like it wasn't worth it anymore to colonize in vanilla game. Then again, this is me running around with my cheap fleet and not really needing a lot. But now they've changed the colony crisis instead of the hostile activity. Like I'm really excited to see how that is implemented. So we're definitely going to rush colonization in this new file that I'm going to open up. And I'm going to still try to be close to the core worlds. That's always my preference. But I'm going to find a new system because of something else that's been added where it's in the later notes. We'll get to it, but my favorite systems, Penelope and Duzak, are now no longer free to colonize. They have been claimed by factions even though they're unpopulated, which is kind of a huge bummer to me. I used to really push for Duzak especially because it was so low maintenance, and Penelope because there's so many spaces to colonize. Those were almost always my suggestion to new players. Now those like being no longer available. I mean, they're still available, and you can actually disable this easily. I'll talk more about it when I get down there, so let's put that off for now. Made further improvements to help fleets avoid being trapped in black holes when in a non-current location. This is like AI pathing, I'm guessing. There's some other notes further down about this as well. Increased AI core payout for a per Saiyan League to 150% rep and 150% credits. This makes sense. Like, per Saiyan League, the whole idea is that they're not afraid to break the hegemony laws. So why would they only be giving out the regular bounties for these AI cores? They probably want to secret them away and use them themselves. It makes sense that they would give a little bit better than the hegemony, if only to keep them out of hegemony hands. Because we know, especially if you've been playing some of the newer content, that the hegemony doesn't exactly have a history of not using these things. Jailbreak mission no longer has timer on the return stage. Oh, this I'm very happy about. I only just now realized what this is. When you jailbreak someone, the return mission used to have like a 60-day timer on it. And I would always forget this after queuing up a whole bunch of missions and end up taking this prisoner to deep space and be gone for like a couple of months only to realize when I failed the mission that, oh, right, there was a timer on that. So I'm really glad that that's no longer the case because it's the only one like that. There's other missions where you retrieve like VIPs or especially with the core story where you ransom a researcher or you go to deliver a researcher, or you pick up a researcher. Like, there's a lot of random missions that have a person on your ship, essentially, and they don't have this timer. This is the only one that was like that, so it makes it even easier to forget that there's this requirement. So I'm glad they just got rid of it. It makes it more in line with all of the other missions that are similar. Just the music playback near slipstreams. I haven't noticed that being an issue. I guess I'll have to keep an ear out for that when we're playing to see if I notice a difference. Sleeper Pather cells no longer show up under colony threats, which this has to do with the way that the missions, like, I think this is just a matter of just like organizing the different places. Yeah, so like so this makes it so that like the only actual threats show up because like sleeper cells are no longer a threat, but they are still there. So I guess it makes there's just a little bit of organization that I appreciate that. Remove mission tag from faction commissions so it doesn't just show up in missions constantly. I like that too. Um, Waypointed tasks with no ships assigned are automatically removed when the UI is closed. Very happy about this because I am constantly clicking on the map forgetting that it's going to create a new waypoint. So I'm glad to see that that I don't have to worry about meticulously deleting them, that they will just close when I close the tab. Very happy about that. I still would rather they're not just, I would like to see that changed a bit more, but if I could pick one little thing, that would be a nice one. So that is nice. Thumper got buffed. It reduces the flux shot to 25 when it was 30. That's, considering how many shots it puts out, that's a significant change. I don't know that it's going to really change the use of the Thumper necessarily, but ships that have them will definitely appreciate that for sure. Like, there's a few ships where I like to throw Thumpers on because the Vigilance especially. It's like it's already a strike craft, so when with the way I build them, like, typically doing the Cyclone Reapers. So having them moving in to do the Reaper shot, if that doesn't finish it, being able to dump the Thumper in after that shot, you're almost always going to hit hull. So it's going to get a ton of damage stacked on top of that strike that it already did. So I really glad to see that. It's going to buff that a little bit. I'll have to definitely play with that today. Hammer Barrage. Oh, let's not skip over. Cyclone Reaper's ammo count is reduced. That makes sense. There's so many other missiles that have a reduced ammo cost, and have no like real advantage to taking them unless you're like with the large missile slot. It always was like what you want to do with that slot, there's not really a lot of choices. Like if you're going to use the if you want them to punch shields, there's only one option. That's the one you take. If you want anti-fighters, there's one option. That's what you take. You know, if you want now with if you want damage, the Cyclone Reaper is almost always going to be compared to the Hammer Barrage. So to see that the Cyclone Reaper now has reduced ammo count and a larger refire delay, and the Hammer Barrage is now reduced in OP cost, this helps differentiate the two a lot, and I very much appreciate this. The Cyclone Reaper, even with 14 shots, is still exceptionally powerful. The refire delay will definitely be felt because Hammer Barrage fires so much quicker, and this just widens the gap in their speed and usability. And the fact that it now has a reduced OP cost on the Hammer Barrage, I mean, that's a big reduction. That's a 20% reduction in cost, which is fantastic. So now the Hammer Barrage is going to be one of the cheaper option, the cheapest option, next to probably the Pilums. I think I don't even remember. It's the Pilums. Let's check this real quick. Does the large Pilum have what is that large Pilum called? It's probably under the Pilum. LRM Catapult, right? Okay, so that costs 14 points. So for only 2 points more, you can get a Hammer Barrage. That's fantastic. I appreciate that. All right. Plasma Cannon had a note about it not automatically firing on fighters. That's cool. I wonder if the AI will actually do that themselves. Um, there's a lot of weapons that, like, I don't think about this at all as much as I probably should. Like, yeah, I wouldn't want my plasma cannon just randomly firing out at fighters. First of all, only the first shot's going to be really accurate. But then it's like, it's just super overkill. There's no way my ship doesn't have something to deal with fighters on it besides the plasma cannon. Like, unless you build a Sunder to be like a YOLO Sunder, all plasma cannon, even then you could put like small swarm racks and PD on it to protect it somewhat. Like you wouldn't literally just have the plasma cannon. Anyway, and it sounds like that was already the case. It just didn't have the note. Maybe we'll see in the lower patch notes that that was something that was changed recently. Switch to using a different garbage collector and increase initial and max perm gen space to 192 meters. Meters? I don't know what measurement that is. These together, I don't know what they mean specifically, but it's this last line. Both of these may improve the performance in heavily modded games. So it sounds like they've changed some of the base functions of the way the game handles code to make it a lot more stable as you add more and more mods. This was something that heavy modders definitely noticed, was that the memory leak issues, where you get that thing and it would scream memory leak, and you would noticeably have issues with the performance in the game, and you'd have to literally restart your game sometimes. Or if you had a big enough system, you could just tank it and move on and keep playing, which is thanks to my recent upgrade to my PC. That's what I would just do. But hopefully this will allow that to not be as much of an issue. Bunch of stuff for the modding. I'm not familiar with this. A lot of it has to do with JavaScript stuff. Personal bounty targets now have the rank of captain or admiral. Previously all were lieutenant. I wonder how that's gonna. I'm guessing that's gonna change their skills. Does that mean they're like level 6 or 7? I'll have to look at that. Fix issue causing warning beacon ITEL item to show the wrong star system sometimes. So that's good to fix. Increases hazard rating due to volatile shortage. Now properly increases upkeep. Interesting. I did not notice that. I almost never use these on my own colonies, though. These are all almost exclusively for setting up scam operations on the colonies in the core worlds. Fix issue that caused transfer command to stop working if the ship the player was in retreated via being disabled while having phase anchor. Huh. Working the player, so the player was in retreated. Okay. Transfer command would stop working if the ship the player was in, so the ship you're leaving was blasted while having phase anchor. That's a pretty niche situation to come up. I'm surprised I haven't noticed that myself, because I often use phase anchor and use the harbinger. But then again, I typically do this after it's already destroyed. I don't tend to retreat it before it pops, because with phase anchor, there's no reason to. You just drive that thing into the ground and then it bounces out. Like, the idea of retreating it manually when it has phase anchor seems like a waste of time. I mean, yeah, be able to recover it with a little bit more combat readiness and less damage, but why? Like, the whole point is to have that scary ship in the field. Anyway, all right, so the big meaty section now. There's a lot here. This is the bulk of the changes, and I'm excited for a lot of them. So reworked hostile activity as colony crisis. I'm gonna go ahead and bring up that whole page because there's quite a bit in here. Uh, so what I'm going to talk about today is a rework. I should have read this beforehand, but let's read it now. Uh, Taking the lessons from how existing mechanics work, adding a lot of content. Yeah, this is why the patch is changed to being 0.97 instead of being 0.6 0.96.1. Like, they decided that because of all the stuff they're adding, and you can see there's a huge section here, that it was worth it. More variety. For a quick recap: establish a colony and get hostile activity. Yeah, I know, I'm familiar with that part. I feel like they have to keep the level down to avoid penalties, which both creates busy work for them, and this was my number one complaint, and in turn makes them avoid the more interesting events that occur when the activity level maxes out. Yeah, that's almost always the option, is I'm not interested. It's interesting to me because, objectively speaking, you can absolutely ignore the current activity level if your colony is set up. It's just a modest reduction in profits, but psychologically, the amount of incentive to keep it down is enough that plenty of players feel like they have to do it. Yeah, I mean, that's, like, I don't know, like, how much, like, how, like, the main thing here is that people play this game in so many different ways, and for me, a colony is something that I usually make for free storage. It's free storage and production at the cheapest cost. So I'll typically only have one, maybe two colonies where I'm harvesting, like, I'll take a gas giant and a dead moon because I want to be able to get the source of volatiles, which is a large stockpile of volatiles I can draw from at cheap prices, because the base price is actually some of the, like, that you get from drawing from your colony is actually some of the better prices you can get, unless you're hoarding from all the pirates, but that's not going to be enough. If you get an orbital lamp online on somebody else's colony, like, you're going to need a bigger stockpile and a consistent one too. And then the dead moon for setting up the orbital works to be able to make custom production, because it's just so much more useful than running around the sector trying to buy stuff. Is just, I'm just going to produce it at home. And it's also great to have that source of supplies and gas as well. But usually the way station alone stockpiles enough of that for you. But having the production on top of that is really nice. So for me, because I only have two small colonies, or sometimes just one colony, having to deal with the hostile activity was always a chore at every level, because it's part of having those colonies is that I don't want them to be money sinks. If anything, I want their passive income to actually help offset my fleet costs. And it was just so annoying seeing all those penalties, all the, the pirate. It seemed like pirate activity was massively increased, and Athletic Path activity as well. It did not seem to me like it was simply something that could easily be ignored, or something that's like, I don't have to do it. It was quite the exact opposite. Even when I prefer low maintenance, I felt like I would have to engage in this stuff, especially at the rate that it would build up and stuff would happen, because my colonies tended to become very profitable very quickly, even though I wasn't doing huge profit-focused colonies. It was just the fact that they were prospering, and it was enough to build up over time. And this is after taking like figuring out that you can essentially bribe the pirates to leave you alone. It's like that deal by itself was is only good if the pirates then also were to help get rid of the Ludic Path. Like it's just so frustrating. So I'm really excited to see how things have changed because I really feel like this mentality, the dev mentality, and I want to say yes, this is Alex. Not to speak, I'm not speaking ill of them. I'm just saying that their play style is clearly very different than mine. If they feel like they can just ignore this, and that was supposed to be like the thing, because I had the exact opposite experience. To me, it was very imposing. Even when they tweaked it down, I did not like it. So we'll have to see how it changes. But in general, I've always sung praises over the whole idea of it because of the stuff that it allowed in the game, like having a whole new section of content, and that is literally what this patch is that culminating in this big huge update of a lot of new content dealing with that system. So I'm excited to see how that plans out. Taking a step back, why are the penalties there? I don't need to hear your justifications. uh, Reframing as crisis. Mechanic-wise, though, I think it'd work better without the penalties. The incentives line up better. So rebranding hostile activity as colony crisis, which doesn't sound like something that should have penalties until an actual crisis happens. And along with this, removing all the along the way penalties. So yeah, okay. So this is something that's much better for me. Is like most of the time I would be ignoring it anyway until it builds up to a point where I had to deal with it as much as possible because a lot of the ways to mitigate it along the way just weren't viable. Um, so the big thing for me is like seeing that those penalties are getting taken away means it definitely is something that I can, instead of having to stress over, I can just mark it on the agenda. Like I need to take care of this. It's coming up. So the way it works is you got progress bar, fills up, yeah. That's the same. Uh, Hostile fleets still spawn in your systems before that point, depending on the types of attention you're attracting. Uh, and you still have some reason to fight these fleets. First off, combat can be profitable on its own. Second, you can juice it up by building a commerce industry and having a permanent independent bounty in the system. Yeah, that was something I hadn't really explored because I tend not to build commerce, but now it's like it might be an even like commerce is usually like a capstone industry where I put it at the end when there's nothing else that I need to build. Because again, my colonies are for utilitarian needs more than just pure profit on their own. Because a lot of times I can make more money by you taking advantage of their stockpile of resources. Like if I have a whole bunch of drugs stockpiling, or a whole bunch of weapons stockpiling, or a whole bunch of just supplies and gas, like being able to move that to when someone has a huge demand, being able to fulfill that demand on demand whenever is well worth it, and I can make enough money to offset any of the costs. So I'm like, so having those colonies be utilitarian like that, I don't tend to build commerce at all, and usually not until the very end. So it's good to so like now that I'm thinking about it, there might be. But the thing is though, is I don't want to the whole thing is I don't want to play bounty hunter in my system. I don't want to have to be swatting away fleets. Like this is the whole reason why I build patrol bases, why I have these, investments in my colonies for defenses is to take care of this stuff. So the idea that I then have to go play bounty hunter in my own fleet or my own system, it's like what am I paying all these patrols to do? Like come on. So if you don't really like the upcoming crisis, you can fight hostile fleets, reduce event progress. I don't like. To me, that doesn't seem like it's worth it. Maybe if they've buffed it recently, maybe, but I have yet to see chasing down fleets as a viable way to quickly deal with this. It always seemed to me like the offset was way too small. Uh, I don't know. I guess maybe they've changed it. We'll see. We'll see as we get into the game. Important thing to think about crisis is they're no longer just a massive bad thing that happens and you need to stop it from wrecking your colony. They're definitely still that, but they also come with opportunities. There's a carrot to go with the stick. For example, fighting off a pirate raid will give your colonies a piracy respite condition that increases their accessibility, and fighting off Electric Path attack will disrupt Pather cells across the entire sector for a long time. Okay. Hmm. I mean, we'll have to see exactly how that plays out. The giving that a crisis is, if you see the light of blah, potentially a good thing, the player might feel like they don't want to fight the hostile fleets. I mean, like, I already didn't do this. Defensive buildings of your colonies slow down event progress, including reducing it by a flat amount. Otherwise, you can end up with negative event progress and miss out on a crisis opportunities entirely. Alright, whatever. After a crisis happens, event progress is reset to a random value within a pretty wide range. The idea is this is to make the pacing of the crisis more unpredictable, which, great. That's not what I want, but hey. You might get several crises close together, even so much so that one is still going on while another is happening, but handing them through the main colony crisis event makes sure you had the heads up. Right. So for me, this just sounds like a nightmare. This sounds like I don't want to colonize anymore. Like I already like the thing is like I firmly believe that colonization is best suited to endgame. Like you already did a lot of stuff in your play, and it's now like the endgame content essentially. So for that and that kind of an idea, like this is essentially like more content to engage in the end game. Great. But if you're doing colonization early and having to deal with all this while also exploring, while also doing a bunch of other stuff and doing story missions and leveling up, like this sounds like they've expanded hostile activities to be more busy work, not less. But again, we'll see once we get in there. I am happy to see that it's been updated and there's more content in it. But all right, so in addition to the pirate, speaking of new content, to the pirate and Ludic Path crisis, there are now also crises from all the major factions except the Independents, and one for having a redacted base in your system. No longer will that be just a free source of defenders to thin out oncoming raiders. Okay. Punitive expeditions, except for the you put a colony in the faction system ones, have been replaced with the crisis, which are more elaborate, customized versions to suit the character of each faction. Some of these went quite a bit further than I was originally expecting. The rest is going to have spoilers about the new content. So I'm going to skip all this, but it is all here. Just looking at it quickly, the hegemony seems like the AI inspections are not going to be a crisis. Um, you know what? Heck, I'll just skim through it real quick. Uh, Pirates and Ludic Path. If you defeat a pirate raid or path or attack, they won't come after you this way again. To me, this feels refreshing. Okay. The system finally has enough content and doesn't need to keep throwing the same thing at the players over and over. As a bonus, ending the pirate/smasher thread adds the opportunity that these present. Of course, if you don't defeat the raid, it'll keep happening periodically. But you might ask, where does this leave the original narrative resolution to these problems, namely making blah blah. You defeat one, but eventually another would come. Given those were only two sources of activity time, that made sense. Okay, so it's just going to be there's going to be less of a focus on always having pirates and Bloodic Path as a crisis. Okay, so it's going to be varied up a bit more without getting too deep into the woods of the spoilers. It's going to be like I'm interested in that. That seems like it's going to be nice. The League ended up being one of my more involved ones. Originally, I was just build on a punitive expedition a bit, dress it up with some narrative resolutions, and call it a day, blah, blah, blah. Don't want to spoil too much. That's nice. So let's just say that while combat is very much an option, the League's approach is not fundamentally hostile, even if it is heavy-handed. And there'll be options to dealing with it, including the political ones of a shady backroom deal sort. And some of the benefits provided the player operating on the same plane. And some of the benefits provided to the player operating on the same plane. Uh, Huh. Not sure exactly. I mean, that'll just have to be something we'll have to explore in game. But it does sound like that these extra ones are uh yeah, okay. So instead of having like random stuff being randomly like sending hostile fleets to your bases because all of a sudden you're dealing too much rock. It's like we want all the dirt rocks. You deal in dirt rocks. We have to now smash your dirt rocks. Stuff like that. Now it's going to be faction specific, which I'm wondering if they got rid of those hostile fleets completely, or if they're just going to be more rare, or if they're going to continue to happen alongside all of this. But yeah, the AI inspection are now a series of escalating crises instead of being separate from this system. Defeating the inspection is narratively framed as defeating the hegemony, and there's a new way to avoid the inspections. That's cool. Happy to see there's a new way to avoid the inspections. All right, but I don't. So we have over here in the patch notes, no penalties, just risk reward opportunities when a crisis happens. I'm not sure that's properly explained. So it's no penalties as it scales up, but I mean, there's still the penalty of getting attacked. Uh, but I am happy about that because one of my biggest issues with the crisis system was like the debuffs on your colonies. Like, I'm glad to see that getting changed. Punitive expeditions and inspection rolled into the crisis system. So your punitive expeditions are the ones I was talking about. Um, Colony and faction space, yeah, that one's different. Then like that's going to be. I don't tend to colonize in faction space unless I have the commission and approval. So I'm not sure what that ends up playing out like. But I guess maybe we'll have to experiment and see how that works. Maybe we still colonize Duzok and deal with the hegemony. Added crisis, oh sorry, AI inspection bribe amounts increase very substantially. I didn't even realize you could bribe them. It shows how much I know about the game. Added crisis for all the different factions with narrative resolutions and agreements, and the fleets you encounter system to any crisis. Blah, blah. Base colony stability is back to 5. Space Force and Megaport accessibility back to 50 to 80. I didn't realize this had changed. A lot of path cells can once again cause incidents at player colonies. That makes sense with the way they change things. Pirate bases can once again afflict player colonies with pirate activity, but if you deal with the Station King cancels this out. Um, Deal with the Station King no longer reduces event progress every month. I never really found this as being that big of a deal because it doesn't actually like I forget exactly the problem I was coming across. But I think that would had to do mostly with the fact that because of the way hostile activity was set up, even though I had to deal with the Station King, it didn't really solve the problem because the Pather cells were still an issue. The Pather hostile activity was still rising. So like I think all these changes are. It sounds like reading it over here in the notes compared to reading the blog post does make it sound like it's being tweaked more towards what I would like to see, which is, I know, obviously I'm happy about that. But we'll see once we actually get into the game, because I'm going to be rushing colonization, so we can see how that works. Added new abilities, reverse polarity. Okay, so here's some of the cool stuff that I'm really excited to see. Reverse polarity reverses the direction of slipstream travel. It's auto-assigned as a hyperspace alternative to scavenge. What they've done is ability slots can now be set up to switch between different abilities when in hyperspace, which is really cool. I'm very happy with that because you can't scavenge in hyperspace at all. So having something change into that slot is really nice. Although the distress call, again, that's another one where it's like it's not you don't use that in hyperspace. So having that auto assign as well is really nice. But I don't usually even have the distress call on my bar. It's usually on a backup bar since I use it so rarely. But that's going to now have generate slip surge, which again, since I don't know how often I'm going to use that, so maybe it's going to be fine having it on the distress call. But that creates a high velocity slipstream away from a nearby gravity well, but it requires a fat star, a neutron star, or a black hole. I wonder if a trinary system, like if a trinary system is just three smaller stars, I feel like that should count still. But we'll have to. That's the one I definitely want to explore. I'm wondering where you get these new abilities. If it's from the hyperspace topography, learning that, or if it's has to do with a skill. But we'll see as we get down to the skills and related stuff. There's some new skills that have been changed around, and that's over here too. We'll talk about that in a minute. Starscape sector map now shows slipstreams. I didn't realize it didn't. Fleets will use emergency burn to better deal with black holes, slipstreams, and hyperspace storm strikes. This is AI fleets. I'm guessing when you have your fleet on autopilot, I'm not sure if that will or won't. I'm guessing it won't, because when you autopilot, you don't use skills. But to see that the AI fleets will have a better time of dealing with these is good. Fleet's much more careful about avoiding black holes in the first place. Also good because like anytime I see a random fleet sucked in a black hole, I feel bad because it's entirely to do with the AI pathing. I mean, I'm sure anyone who's ever used the automatic pathing has gotten a free tan before. So it's same issue with black holes. These AI pilots just want to fly over everything dangerous. So it's good to see that they'll be avoiding those a little bit better now. Maybe it makes colonizing a black hole system kind of more viable, even just because now you don't have to worry about fleets getting sucked away. Here's another big one. The Orion Perseus Abyss in the lower left of the sector is now more than just a label. This is the thing that's really exciting me and why I'm really glad I didn't put out that video because now we have a whole new exploration target. This will technically work in existing saves, but we have some side effects, like having star systems in the abyssal areas, so starting a new save is recommended. So like there's a few faction mods that add stuff to that area, and you're going to want to definitely not be using that already, and may like that faction probably may need a bit of an update before being able to play in this new patch more than some of the others. So the new patch, a lot of times you can just change the version history in the patch file in the mod file, and it would be okay to just fly with it. Like I know, like a lot of the various quality of life mods, you can just do that with, and they'll still work depending on what part of the game they impact. Uh, but for this situation, if like I don't know how it would work, if it would like the faction might override placement of game elements, and you end up erasing the new content with the faction pack. So I'm planning on just playing vanilla, and I always suggest that if you're going to go play the new patch, why not just at least start a game in vanilla? But again, this is my playstyle versus other people's playstyle. I'm happy just playing for one evening. Like we're going to be probably going for like 6, 7, 8 hours tonight, and I might not return to that game again. Like I might just next time I stream start up a whole new file. I typically don't return to games because unless they're like really large modded games where I was already intending on doing multiple plays. I do very short plays most of the time, and I also tend to have shorter term goals. So for me, uh, like because I play shorter like that, I had a point, and now I've forgotten it. It just fell out of my head as I was staring at the screen. Um, Jeez, what was it I was trying to get to? There's a reason why I was outlining that I play shorter versus playing longer. Oh, it's because yeah. So I'm not scared of just restarting a new file. That doesn't ever bother me. In fact, I usually enjoy having that opportunity to restart and do things differently and see how things will play out. In fact, one of the series that I want to do for streams is doing more role play focused plays, which I was doing forever ago as well. There's still a few videos on my YouTube about that. Um, and that's typically how I play is I like doing one session, maybe returning and doing a second session, but very rarely do I play a single file for the long term anymore. Oh, we are dropping frames. Is it okay? A little bit of a spike. or a dip, but everything seems to be leveling out now. Okay, added a new handmade star system in the Abyss, that being the Orion Perseian Abyss. Added rogue planets to the Abyss. I'm interested to see. I think that's similar to the Black Site. I forget what the Black Site's called. I think it's just called the Black Site. But I love the whole rogue planets thing. I wish they would litter some more of those throughout the system as like little things to find. I think that would be a very cool thing to do. I mean, we already have the nebula. Why not extend that further and have like just straight up rogue planets? I think that'd be very interesting. But seeing that it's like I'm probably gonna end up shooting over. What I'll probably do is I'll do an exploration setup, play like really quickly, build up some starting resources, and then go out into deep space, find colony items to figure out, and then maybe find a system as well because I want to colonize outside of the core worlds, since a lot of the changes make that the more viable option anyway. So we'll find a place to colonize and get some colony items, figure out what we're going to do, and go from there. So I probably won't explore the Abyss until after a couple of hours of exploring and collecting things. New type of sensor ghosts. I'm excited to see what that's about because the sensor ghosts I've gotten to the point where I identify them pretty quickly. So having a new one's going to be interesting. Hyperspace topography. Now I get a few points for scanning magnetic fields, which is a nice one because that magnetic fields show up on a lot of different planets. So now it's just something else to think about besides the gas giants. I often forget to scan binary and trinary systems. So this will in general, like, having more targets to scan is nice. I'm guessing the hyperspace topography is going to be expanded on further. We'll have to see how this new mod adds stuff into it. Like, I'm wondering if that's how you get the new skills, is through the hyperspace topography event. S-mods on ships are now counted for auto-resolve. I'm not sure exactly what that means. I'm guessing that's with outfitting? Not sure what that means. Oh, auto-resolve in the campaign. Okay. So it hadn't been counting S-mods for auto-resolving conflicts. That's... that seems... Okay, I'm really glad they fixed that. I guess that would explain why some of my fleets sometimes... It's like, man, this fight's stupid easy, and it's because I'm playing with progressive S-mods and have 5 S-mods that aren't being accounted for in a conflict. So that's nice to know that, no, I'm not crazy. Yes, my fleets were stronger and not getting calculated based on that. Alright, cool. So S-mods are now going to actually buff your ship when it comes for auto-resolve. Nice to know. Trying to use cargo items with the right-click action during a transaction will now indicate that you need to complete the current transaction first instead of quietly doing nothing. This is something that I come across a lot when I'm like looting, because this is not just for transactions also means salvaging stuff. It's anytime you enter that inventory transferring screen. If you are in the middle of a transaction, a transfer of any kind, you can't right-click on pads like the data, like recipes and stuff to use them. It would just do nothing. Now at least it will tell you that it's doing nothing, so you're not just sitting there clicking on it trying to figure out why. That's definitely going to be helpful for newer players, but it'll also help remind me, oh right, I got to finish transferring or learn. What I tend to do is I just right click everything before I start transferring stuff. Uh, but there's often the times when I'm trying to do it in between, and it'll be nice to have that. I'm actually curious what that's going to look like. If it'll be a full-on pop-up that I have to click a button for, or if it'll just make a noise. I'm interested to see how that works. Reduce story point cost to create a stable location. Very happy about this. This is another one of those buffs where it's like colonization and on random systems has been really buffed, because this was always an issue for me. It's like I had to spend 5 points to get another stable location is brutal. So having to only spend 2 is really nice. Like, definitely makes a lot more systems more viable, especially earlier on. Make dead drop missions complications have a lower reputation impact. Okay, so when you get into a fight with someone trying to interrupt your mission, you get lower reputation. I mean, that makes sense because they're the ones quite that are engaging you. So like, there's a lot of situations where this will come up where it's like you're forced into a fight with another faction, and even if it doesn't cause you to go to war with that other faction, it's annoying to lose reputation for a fight that you didn't start. It's like it's not my fault that you want to fight me, Luddic Church, because I'm delivering some ancient evil artifact to excuse me, that I'm delivering, some sort of something you don't want me to deliver. But if you start the fight, I shouldn't take as big of a rep drop. So I'm glad to see that that's going to be the case. Take all button no longer takes overcapacity fuel. Very happy about this. This has been a blight to me with the way I explore, and I'm very happy to see that this has been changed. I often have problems with being overburdened with fuel, specifically because I'm using take all. So very happy to see that change. That's much needed. Very glad. Now here's the sad part. here's a big sad part. Penelope Star is now claimed by the Luddic Church, and Duzak and Tia Taxit uh, by the hegemony. This is for the purpose of player colonies getting expeditions sent against them, but it can be turned off in the file. Just look for this heading, and I'm guessing it probably has a true false next to it. You just change that. This is big because I used to always suggest to new players that Penelope was one of the easiest to start colonization because it has a lot of planets that you can utilize, especially if the desert world has farmland. Then it's a really good Penelope star system, and it's really fun to have a big system in the core worlds. So that is basically shut down now, unless you want to go to war with the church, or if you become allies with the church. Might be something to look into. Now that I'm thinking about it, having a commission with a Luddic Church just so I can colonize Penelope might be a thing. But now that Duzak is claimed by the hegemony, ugh, that's really depressing because Duzak was my favorite. Getting a hold of a big suckatron for the gas giant to suck up extra volatiles that I could sell to whoever I scammed with the orbital lamp. Like that was my bread and butter, and now, oh, I'm depressed. Like that's a problem. Like not being able to colonize Duzak. I don't know how I'm gonna deal with that. I may end up actually turning that off. I don't like to turn things off like that, but I don't know. Uh, it's definitely gonna mean that I'm gonna be pickier about what maps I play if I'm planning on doing colonization. You almost can be commissioned just by visiting the shrines. Interesting. Thank you, Rise, for that. Yeah, I hadn't considered that. You do get reputation from visiting the shrines, plus you can make donations and deliver supplies. It shouldn't be too difficult to get a Luddic Church commission. So perhaps that is still what I would suggest to new players because it's consistent. And that's the main thing with the suggestions that I tend to make to new players is I'm aiming for consistency across a variety of playstyles. And Penelope suits so many needs. So perhaps joining the Luddic Church so that you can colonize Penelope is probably the still consistent, easy option. And the reality is like you can get a hegemony commission really easy if you do the vanilla start anyway. So when I go out into deep space, I do so with a hegemony commission to offset all of the costs of my fleet, the crew costs, and then now it's just a matter of like I just keep that and just keep playing. But it means I have to side with the hegemony, which in a vanilla game I really dislike doing that because they are very clearly the just boring big faction, and I don't enjoy playing alongside them. But when you start adding modded factions, the hegemony gets checked a lot more, and some of those modded factions are designed to be the big bad guy. So maybe in a modded playthrough, I'll look into doing like a hegemony specific playthrough. Would be kind of interesting. It's like especially if I include the hivers. That was what I wanted to do after I want to do a review of all the different modded factions and then put a bunch of them together and do a hiver play where I'm, fighting the hivers but not allying with anyone specifically. Maybe this time, maybe instead I'll ally with the hegemony just so I can get Duzak. I don't know what I'm going to do with that playthrough in general, but it is something to consider that you could just get the hegemony commission, you could just get the Letic Church commission. The lieutenant from the tutorial will greet the player appropriately based on if they've met or not. I always thought this was funny. That if you don't do the tutorial, there is this guy you will bump into in the hegemony bar that will talk about stuff that you didn't do. Uh, I'm not sure how I feel about it though, because now it's like that essentially means this person is kind of like still going to be available as a commission. I mean, as a contact. It's kind of like the newbie contact. It's like you're going to get this as a contact as long as you talk to them, and it just seems like it's a beginner thing. So now I feel like it should be, if that's the intent, it should probably just be someone in your contacts already, or like maybe a mission or something to draw newer players to it. But if you've already done the tutorial and now you're launching without the tutorial, like you don't really need that guidance. So I don't know. I'll be interested to see how that. I'll go looking for that when we're doing our playthrough and see how it's been changed. During at the gates, NPC fleets no longer block redacted during the second last mission stage. I don't even remember which one that is. Fleets unique to various missions no longer retain important icon after the mission interaction. I didn't realize that was a problem. I may actually, I think that was something I came across when doing the Syndrian missions. But anyway, clarified certain interactions with a fleet for certain cases during end of the usurpers. That's the exact one I was talking about. So I am at some point going to go through that mission for this playthrough. It just might not be something I get to tonight, but it does create a reason for me to come back and play more after tonight. Fleets unique to various missions blah, blah, can now engage contest at a certain point during the GA mission chain where it previously was not possible. I'm guessing that's the regular story. What's GA short for? Huh. I know there's a point during the missions where you go to contest den. So I'm glad to have that option available. AI Koros on redacted ships may now sometimes have point defense skill depending on the loadout. That's cute. Increases the amount of fuel available for purchase at colonies by 50%. That's nice. As it could be a struggle sometimes to make sure you had the right amount of fuel, especially this helps newer players because I have there's certain place. Oh yeah. Glacial Academy for AI for GA. Thank you, Rise. That is what it means. I mean, that's what I expected it. Like, I just think of that as the main quest. So yeah. So and I think I'm thinking of exactly the right point. Like, I know what they're talking about now. I don't want to get into it for spoilers reasons, but I'm glad that's there. Because it's nice to have a variety of ways to resolve the various story missions, especially considering so many of them amount to simply being fetch quests. It's like, did you bring enough Marines and or ships? Okay, done. But yeah, increasing the amount of fuel available for purchase at colonies, that'll definitely help out newer players. It will help me out too, because I will often be running on low fuel when I'm in system, because I know that around the corner I can just grab a bunch of gas from a random colony as long as they're not short. And so having more gas available there, especially in the black market where it's duty free, because no one wants duty in their fuel. Yeah, having that be a bigger number is going to be nice as well. Officers found in sleeping pods. All of the level 7 ones and some of the level 5 ones now use preset skill selections. Alright, so it doesn't go into detail here, but this little string right here makes me very happy. Because quite often, now on the downside, it's going to mean that perhaps one of those preset selections aren't going to be the loadout that I would want. but it drove me crazy the amount of times I would find an officer who would be level 7 and they would have both ballistic and energy specialization. It's like there's not a single ship in the entire vanilla game that will utilize both of those without being specifically built for it, and it will not be as strong as if they had just had one or the other. It drives me crazy. So it's good to see that I'm assuming that this is going to mean that there's going to be like actual viable skill sets, and I would be interested to see what all those actually are. I'm kind of bummed that there's not like a list that's here, but there'll probably be a list in the files somewhere that I could dig up at some point. But yeah, it's going to make the level 7 officers more viable. Because quite often it was a matter of like, oh great, I got one. Let's see what this scratch off lottery ticket has. And you look at their skills and there's a dumpster fire. And it's like, all right, well, so much for that level 7 officer. Not worth it in the slightest. I still wish there was some in-game way in vanilla to get a level 5 officer up. Like you could pick a second in command, essentially. Like an actual second in command. And then have that officer become level 7, and then maybe once they're level 7 you can get another officer at level 6. Like have like a little officer hierarchy so you could like dictate which officers get the chance to level up. I don't know. I just feel like there's more that the vanilla game could do with officers that is just not being implemented. Demand filled through player trade stays filled longer. Was 30 days, now 120 days. That is a huge bummer. Oh crap. Oh, that line, that one right there. Let me let me just scroll in real quick. This line, demand filled through player trade stays filled longer. That is a massive nerf to trade because it used to be like like that cuts back on the scam for the orbital lamp. That cuts back on a lot of stuff that you could do. Because it used to be very viable to raid a colony, destroy their spaceport, not destroy it, but take it down, and then swing back once they forgot about it, and then just sell them supplies for the next 2 or 3 months that the station that the starport's down. Now you only get one tip or one payout from doing that. That's a huge nerf. It also nerfs the scam lamp because when you give them the volatiles that they need, it's going to be a long time before that demand comes back. Honestly, this is a long time coming. I can't even be mad. This is one of the reasons why, and then the second one too, black market trade can now fill demand. This is on top of the original nerf, another big nerf. Because now if you do the black market trade to try and get around this first part, it's not gonna it's still going to meet the demand. I always thought it was dumb that black market trade didn't meet the demand because that's literally what the black market is for. When the main market doesn't meet the actual demand for whatever reason, the black market rises up to meet that demand. That's literally what a black market is. Like that's the reason why black markets are always around and always like there's always a demand for the black market to meet. It's just a matter of how much demand are the laws going to allow for the black market. It just nerfs trading so much. I love playing Pirate Smuggler. Yeah. Oh yeah. If you're primary trading, this is a huge nerf. But the thing is, and I have to admit, this was like I said a long time coming. This is actually fair. This is the update. Like these two lines right here are something that had been missing in the balance of trading because with these two updates, trading is still very viable, but it's no longer as simple and stupid easy as it once was. Because it used to be so easy to abuse the market. I'm very happy, like I said, to see the black market trade is now going to fill demand. Um, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this affects the early game, especially. So I am definitely going to try and do my typical early start of focusing on trade and then going to exploration. I don't think it will be, like I said, anyone who's really good at trading will understand how this, hurts, but also understand how it really doesn't. Because some of the most profitable trading you can do doesn't see you abusing these two things anyway. Some of the most profitable trading you do is usually a one and done visit someplace, and then you're too busy going off doing other things, or you've already set up like consistent profitable trades. Like it's gonna definitely hurt casual trading more than um, professional like focused trading. Uh, but all around, I don't feel like it's that big of like I said, it's just essentially it closes a lot of exploits that needed to be closed anyway. But yeah. Ugh. Alright, so substantially increased out of combat hull repair rates for ships larger than frigates. Happy to see this. It also means that there's a reduced supply cost because they spend less time in repair. Happy to see that as well. Um, Out of combat hull repair rates is actually a sneaky way that you burn through supplies when exploring in exploration, because every time you get hit by a hyperspace storm or get toasted by a star or sucked off by a black hole, um, this is where a lot of those numbers end up going. Um, because like if you get damaged in a hyperspace storm and it's one of your more expensive ships, that could be a lot, especially if they have a slow repair rate. This is really nice. I'm wondering if like how this like stacking this with field repairs is going to make re-engaging with larger fleets a lot more viable as well. This is a good buff. I'm happy to see this. Frigates already repaired faster, so they didn't need it, but it's just nice to see the larger ships getting a little bit of love, because a lot of people tend to play with larger fleets. So happy for them to get that. Arms dealer found in bar significantly improve inventory and volume, always at least medium importance if they become a contact. Good to hear. Uh, I mean, I'm not against the low value arms dealer. Yeah, arms dealer selling Paragon and Astrals. I mean, we'll see. I actually really liked when the last update added the lower level arms dealer, the that only had like 100,000 uh, max they could do, and they only sold like usually just weapons or sometimes a few ships or fighters. I kind of liked that because it made them more plentiful. They have been like I have been seeing them a lot more. Um, so I'm interested to see what this improved inventory ends up being. Like instead of seeing like oh they only have small missiles, maybe they'll have small and medium missiles available, or maybe they'll just have all the small weapons available. Like I'm excited to see how that actually changes. I'll have to keep an eye out for arms dealers. I usually always check them anyway, but now I'm really interested to see how this actually improves. Drastically improved effectiveness of introducing false readings into sensor arrays for drawing off patrols to be able to complete stealth-required missions. Okay, that's cool. Because this was always something that's like, I mean, I have my own ways for dealing with this because I tend to run a small fleet that has a very low sensor profile. So I've never really had much of an issue with these kind of missions. I also just don't tend to take them. But considering the dangers of trying to introduce these false readings anyway, like sometimes that can be just as difficult as sneaking into the place you're trying to sneak into if they've got a patrol around. Seeing that buffed is nice. I'll have to play around with that and see it in action. Glacier Academy probe package retrieval mission. Add a description of where the probe will be found. Excluded certain terrain, system-wide nebula, and very large ring systems from list of possible locations. Okay, I guess this is the one, the random one. Because when I saw probe retrieval, I immediately thought of the introduction mission. But no, this is for when they send you out to retrieve a probe as one of their random missions. So this is nice because like the system-wide nebulas and the large ring systems, that would create like a lot of place to explore and could complicate actually interacting. All right, I just saw the next line and I'm well distracted. Anyway, I'm happy to see this because it's going to make these missions a lot easier to complete. Derelict Mothership now always drops one of Pristine Nanoforge, Synchrotron, or Catalytic Core. Oh boy. Very happy for this. I was literally just in a fight yesterday. Not yesterday, but the last stream I did. Uh, the one before that actually, because the last stream I did was all early game. But the last long exploration I did, where I got into, I think, at least one derelict mothership fight, and got like a corrupt nanoforge. It's like I've already got 6 of these in my inventory from doing all the exploration. I didn't need another one from this. To see like this is very nice. So this means the derelict mothership is now a massive priority for exploration gameplay, because so you absolutely want to make sure that you can take on that fight, which changes up some of my video, because I'm gonna have to now like keep in mind that like you're gonna want to find as many of these as you can. They are gonna be high priority, because even one of these vastly changes. I mean, it's all the funny thing is all 3 of them are utilized on the same planet. Like they all require, well, these 2 require no vacuum. This one you just don't want to put on a habitable planet. So all of them tend to end up getting utilized on the same sort of dead moons. You know, no atmosphere, little tiny, so they have low or higher access. Um, but just knowing which industry you're going to want to start out with based on what you get. Obviously, the Pristine Nanoforge is the best option. Like that's still the better drop, because it can be utilized a little more effectively. You give that sucker to the Pirate Starworks, and you have a huge advantage in your trading. So it'll be exciting to. I mean, essentially, like if you take on 2 of them, you've got a pretty good odds of ending up with, if not a Pristine Nanoforge, at least a very nice colony item. Because these are the rarer colony items. Yeah, that definitely makes the probe space, the derelict space, worth exploring deeper. I used to get frustrated with that, because the rewards were not always consistent. But now that there's a consistent reward with the derelict mothership, yeah, that's nice. Very happy to see that. Can now hold down Alt and move the mouse without clicking to quickly transfer items. Hey! Enabled by default. I'm so happy for this, because I have been trying, I keep forgetting to go and enable this myself. Seeing this just be the default now, I am so happy. Because I was always trying to use mods for transfer all. And yeah, very happy to see that alt thing being just enabled by default. I don't know why it wasn't from the start. As soon as they implemented it and realized it worked, that should have just been always implemented. All right, so here's some big chunky part. There's a lot in here that I want to talk about. Yeah, the idea that I was going to get through this in an hour. Oh, all right. So ECM rating. Now the skills and related. ECM rating. Reduce enemy weapon range by the ECM rating. Both sides can have a penalty at the same time. Penalty is capped at a maximum of 10%. So it's no longer a fight. After being capped, the penalty is reduced by the ratio of the enemies and player ECM ratings. Both sides have the same ECM rating. Each side's penalty is reduced by 50%. Interesting. Okay, so there's always essentially going to be a penalty now, of one form or another. It's just that I'm curious how that works out now. I'm about to go in and read, like, I'm about to go in and read it, because, oh, so this is a change to the ECM rating period. All right. Because it used to be, I think, that there was an increase, wasn't it? I forget exactly. I mean, it does. I don't think it changes anything based on like how I build my fleets and set up my officers, but it is something I'm gonna have to keep in mind now. As I always, I don't lean into ECM rating hard, but it is always on my mind of something that I want to make sure that I'm covering. So I tend to use officers with gunnery implants, because when you maximize that skill, it really does a good job of making sure your fleet has a good ECM rating. So now it's just going to be. I'm gonna have to look into that more when we get into game. Electronic warfare retains the +1 ECM rating from all combat ships. Makes combat objectives be captured much more quickly and from longer range. Interesting. And most remnant fleets no longer have it. Also interesting. I would think that this would be something that they would have, but I guess now it's a little too good if they all always have it. I don't know. Cybernetic augmentation. This is another big change. So cybernetic augmentation and Neuralink got swapped. I'm happy for this because Neuralink seems like something that's very interesting, but to have to sink so many points into technology to get it always felt awkward. Um, and cybernetic augmentation always felt underpowered, especially for where it was in the list. I'd much rather take, I think I forget what the skill is. Officer management, I think, is the skill. Gives you an extra elite skill as well as extra officers, or it was an extra level. I think it was an extra level, and it might not be officer management that I'm thinking of. But the leadership skill that increased elite, the number of elite skills also increased the level. Yeah. And that one to me always seemed so much better than cybernetic augmentation. Like I could have two extra elite skills, or I could have another whole level and an extra elite skill. And there's usually only one or two skills that I want elite anyway. But now we have cybernetic augmentation is now a top tier skill, replacing Neuralink, which moves down. Increases the number of elite skills officers can have by one. Was two, so that got a nerf. I'm guessing because there's better stuff. Now also increases damage dealt / reduces the damage taken by all ships with officers. All ships with officers. Ship-wide, fleet-wide buff. Excuse me. That's really nice. That means that... Ooh, I really like that. Now I'm going to struggle, though, in vanilla to try and decide where I want to put all my skills, because if I have to have 5 skills in technology to get that, 5 skills in leadership to get the other one. Oof. Yeah, now I actually have choices. Interesting. The bonus is 1% per elite skill the player has. Oh, well, I don't ever have elite skills anyway. RIP. So this is only useful if your own officer has elite skills, which I very rarely have in vanilla because a lot of the elite skills, in my opinion, even when you make them elite, are just not worth taking on your main character. The damage bonus is doubled for the flagship, so your officer. Yeah, it's just this is just not going to be worth it. In vanilla, when you only have 15 levels, I do not find the elite skills worth taking. The only one I ever would bother with would be combat readiness because of the bonuses it gives you. Or no, field modulation was the only one. Because combat readiness, the elite skill is not super important, but with field modulation, the elite skill is so good. So the fact that so this isn't that great. It's good if you're if you're doing a combat focused fleet. The thing is though is that if you're gonna take advantage of this, it means you want to have at least at least 5 skills, I would say. So you're gonna have 5 skills in technology. You're probably going to be focusing on leadership as well to get more fleet-wide buffs. That's 5 more skills there. You can get gunnery implants at the very least to make that elite. But then it's you're going to want 5 skills in combat to get the most use out of this. Oof. I don't know how I feel about this. Eh. Well, I am happy though to see that the neural integrator, the Neuralink, got moved down a tier because that makes that much more viable. Happy for that at least. Significantly reduces the OP costs of the neural integrator, same as the neural interface. Increases the ship's deployment point supply cost by 20% instead. All right, that's nice. Reduce the OP cost. Happy to see that. Because that was always the issue with doing the Neuralink was you're kind of debuffing the ships in order to make a use of it. Move down a tier. Clarifies skill description. Oh, you know what though? This, along with cybernetic augmentation, is kind of viable since you doubles the flagship bonus. So if you did 5 points in tech, and if you're doing solo, you wouldn't take a lot of leadership or industry ones anyway. Usually all I would do is get containment procedures for the better fuel. So that leaves you with quite a few points to put into combat. So you can get a very large buff from cybernetic augmentation. So yeah, this is kind of cool. These synergize well together, these changes. Clarify skill description slash related hull mod tooltips will now set autofire state to group defaults when switching ships for the first time. Okay, that's alright. I mean, I don't ever really need that too badly. I still have an issue with the way that the Neuralink works, though. My biggest problem with Neuralink is having to count on the AI to fly my ship every time I leave it. Like, ugh, that's just so brutal. Like, ugh. But I haven't really like I only played with it a little bit. We'll have to test it out and see exactly. Like, I definitely am glad I waited to do a run with it till after this patch. That's for sure. Ballistic Mastery added plus 5% damage dealt by ballistic weapons to the elite effect. So that's more on top of what it already did, I'm guessing, which is good. So I think the elite effect was just increasing projectile uh, speed. Target analysis plus 10 damage to destroyers is now an elite effect. Added extra elite effect plus 5% damage to frigates. Interesting. Also retains original elite effects. That, that's a bummer, but honestly not that big of a loss. The ability for frigates to punch up to destroyers was really nice on target analysis. I still think it's one of the best skills to have on an officer because it allows ships to punch up really well. I don't know that I'm gonna bother with making it elite though because destroyers aren't scary enough for me to really be worried about this. I take target analysis because it allows my ships to swarm cruisers and capital ships effectively. So this isn't really that big of a loss. If anything, it's nice because if I do decide to make it elite, we can get extra damage to frigates, although that's such a small number that I don't know that I would bother messing with this. The main time I make it elite is on my main character to improve the Omen's EMP because having the elite effect on target analysis just doubles your damage against systems, and that turns the EMP into basically a light switch. You just flip it, and then all the ship shuts down. It's so good. Systems expertise change elite to minus 10% damage taken. Ooh, that's nice. Uh, that is worth investing in for sure. Like I used to only put systems expertise on officers if they were in a like if they were specialized for a specific ship with specific expertise. But now this is like I might want to push them specifically towards those ships to make the most use out of systems expertise. If it says just damage taken, then yes, it does work on shields. Like the way it's written here, it absolutely should affect shields as well. We'll have to get into the game to look at it. After I go through this full list, I'm going to pull up the game and we're going to look at the way that the screen, the skill screen. Oh, look, real quick. Um, there are 4 different skill categories or aptitudes. There are 2 broad types of skills. Coming in at fresh, it may seem obvious that skills that boost your fleet are way better than skills that boost your flagship, boosting more things, blah blah. It does not turn out to be wrong. It's absolutely fucking right. You like, I don't. This is another thing where it's a mentality thing. Is like, I understand not everyone plays the way I do, but with the way I play, this is absolutely correct. It's not more complicated. Ship-wide buffs are way better than individual ship buffs because I am flying a frigate 9 times out of 10, which means buffing my ship is nowhere near as good as buffing all of the Wolfpack. So this is again like much love to Alex, but they are definitely wrapped up in the way they play things and the high profile, like people who build a lot of capital ships and big fleets is definitely the big focus of a lot of the talk. But Wolfpack completely invalidates this opinion. I'm sorry, it does. If you are running a Wolfpack, you absolutely need the skill wide buffs. It's not even a matter of like being wrong or right or more complicated. No, you need the ship-wide buffs because your fleet is so small. Like, but your wolf pack is tiny. You need all the buffs you can get. But again, this is just a matter of like a lot of times these updates seem to be targeted with like the description very seems to match that playstyle of build big fleet. And I mean, it's like Wolfpack is there. It's right there. It's one of the main leadership skills that changes how you play the game. Anyway, under the control of a good pilot, personal ship skills make a huge difference, and your flagship can make an outsized impact on the battle. This is absolutely true. However, it is also true with a frigate. Me and an Omen with target analysis is all I need to be a huge impact to a fight and make a huge difference. I don't need, and it allows me to have these fleet-wide skills. Like this is again the mentality of my main officer is going to be flying the biggest ship, which is not at all the mentality I play with. Very rarely do I fly the biggest ship, and if I am flying a big ship, it's usually only in niche fights. It's not, like I'll take a Griffin in when I'm fighting a spaceport. But even then, if I have other big ships with me, I'm not piloting them. My officers are because the officers have these individual skills, and I will be much better suited in my Griffin or in a frigate than I will be in one of those bigger ships because I haven't taken those skills. Like, I understand the mentality here, talking to players that do focus on flying those big ships themselves. But to me, it's still not even. It's not. It's not an issue. It's not a complicated thing. These skills are just better for you to take. Like, I completely disagree with this opinion. But again, play styles make a huge difference. Uh, anyway, the point they're trying to make is that the balance between these two types of skills is inherently player skill dependent or preference dependent in the case the player just wants to command their fleet. This means that there's no specific value where personal ship skill A will be balanced when compared to fleet-wide skill B. Rather, what we're adjusting here is the amount of piloting skill a player needs to make a personal ship-wide skills worth it. Okay, I get it now. I get it a little bit better now. Um, and I appreciate this, but it's I still think that the mentality is ignoring a whole like niche way to play the game. But essentially, it's going to make it sounds like they're buffing the skills that I don't think are worth taking is the goal, which is good. A long-term to-do item to improve the elite effects of the piloted skill ships and brief those skills have a special bonus you can unlock. Your officers can only get a number of those, but your player can unlock all of them. Yes, yes, yes. Um, so now they're going over the different ones. I don't know that I want to go through the notes. I think I'm just going to go back and continue reading. Okay, ECM rating. Let's read what they have to say here. I'm going to wait for a minute because Twitch is currently on an ad break. So I'm going to wait until that finishes before I really dive into this. But I'm going to skim through it now. The skill effects pass was done with the exception of gunnery implants, and it was time to tackle ECM rating. In brief, each fleet gets an ECM rating. These are, yeah, and that's the thing too is like I understand why the big fleets are like why a lot of people play that way because when you play that way and you've got your fleet set up right, like it really does feel like you are having a huge impact because you are. Any ship that the player flies over the AI is having a huge impact. You don't need skills to do it, but you absolutely can turn into a scary monster capital ship by having all those skills. It's just that I don't think it's as cut and dry. Like, there's a lot more nuance throughout it. Like, honestly, with field modulation, target analysis, and like with just those two skills, you already buffed the ship significantly, and you can pile more on, but you also get a ton from the fleet-wide bonuses as well, especially things like coordinated maneuvers and what's some of the other ones? Coordinated maneuvers is a big one because tactical drills buffs damage across the fleet. Just having a good combat readiness is one of the best ways to buff your fleet. Just making sure you have all the stuff to keep that combat readiness as high as you can possibly get it is a big enough buff by itself. And having skills that allow you to push that further, like getting the I think it's hull restoration that increases combat readiness for each built-in hull mod. Like that alone is well worth it. All right, so real quick, the ECM rating. I'm going to go into this because I was struggling to try and figure out exactly what their changes meant. So each fleet gets an ECM rating. For those of you that aren't aware, this is like the silent battle that's constantly going on. It really does. Like, if you're not aware of this, it's swinging a lot of fights like against you, and being aware of ECM rating, building your fleet towards at least addressing it somewhat is very important. Um, these are compared, and the loser's weapon range is reduced by the amount lost by, capped at a 10% maximum. The problem is that if an enemy fleet has a really high ECM, and having a little ECM doesn't help you even a bit, they have enough to max out your penalty regardless, and the main current endgame enemy have very high ECM. So it's extremely binary, either not put nothing in it, or absolutely max it out using every trick in the book. Anything in between is pointless. This isn't good. Okay, so I agree here. This is 100%. Okay, so I see what they were aiming for now. I still don't know that I like how they handled it, but I totally get the why they changed it and why they changed it the way they did, because it was very much like this. It's like early on, you can have a little bit of ECM and it's good, but as the game progresses, like if you don't have a fleet specialized to it, you're just going to be at -10 period. So now that I know, I've already read the section in the patch notes about it, I totally get now why they changed it so that essentially it's working both ways, and then it's swung by the difference. So like even if you have a little bit of ECM, at least you'll have some effect on the enemy fleets. So it makes it a little more balanced. Yeah, I mean it's whenever they say redacted, we know who they're talking about. I mean, that isn't necessarily Doritos specifically either. This is just any of the end game redacted fleets tend to have a very high ECM rating. So it's nice to see this changed so that more players will actually engage in this mechanic. Although it's still, in my opinion, not fully explored. I like the idea of there being some skills that are related to this, like something in the command panel where you could like engage in hacking enemy ships, maybe using certain abilities that like the like being able to shut down an enemy ship that's vulnerable. Like I feel like there's a way you can expand ECM to to do more, like have more, like I just there's just more. Mm. Well, I'm expecting to find something interesting when we're exploring the abyss, but it would be nice to see some endgame faction buffs. I mean, the endgame in general is where this game really falls flat, and mods really help out. Um, but without getting too deep into the spoilers, it would be nice to have more stuff in the end game. Hopefully, the new colony crisis events will at least make the end game feel a little more interactive. Like there's still stuff going on with that system, hopefully, to make a long-term vanilla playthrough at least a little more exciting. There have been some excellent suggestions made on the forum. The main point of the specific suggestions was to have one side's ECM reduce the other weapon's side so that both sides end up with reduced range, and one side having more ECM doesn't cancel the other out. Cuts enemy range by half the rating to maximum 10%. This is maxes out at 20. All right, hold on. What is this? A perfect system? Rather, the system works well for the ECM rating numbers you'll likely encounter in a game, and without new CM rules. ECM rating cuts enemy range by half of the rating to a maximum 10%. So this maxes out at 20% ECM. Okay, so if you have 20, so 20 is the one to go for. Um, take over. No, nothing that extreme where you're taking over ships with it. But being able to disable a ship or maybe disable ship weapons, like direct a hack at a specific ship to disable its weapons or to reduce like its range. I just think like there's an opportunity here for like doing debuffs on enemy ships and enemy fleets. Like maybe targeting a specific ship makes it stronger than targeting the whole fleet. And or you could potentially have like just I like the idea of hacking and electronic warfare being expanded upon because I feel like while I'm much more of an active player, I'm flying my own ship. I'm very rarely pausing and looking at the fleet. I'm just counting on my fleet to fly correctly. The players who are more passive, where their ships on autopilot if they're even deployed as an officer, and they're managing their ships. There's a whole spot there to expand how they can interact with the game by adding electronic warfare as part of it. And in my opinion, it wouldn't even need to be a big, huge overhaul. It would just be a matter of like you can do certain hacking, um, like hacking skills. So there's like be like a whole little hotbar when you pop open your tactical screen of like skills you can engage with, and maybe having certain ships in your fleet or certain hull mods on your ships would give you benefits or expand that your options for that. You could also have tech skills expanding options as well and combat skills. Like there's a whole area here where you could have a whole new layer of combat built into the tactical screen of electronic warfare. And it could be something that really could make or break fights. Um, and it would be something that since you can pause the game to engage a tactical screen, even if you are an active flyer like me, it would still be something that's be worth playing around and playing towards. I really hope that we see something like that getting implemented in the future. But just having this new change, and honestly, uh, the changes that they've put in here to like aren't terrible. Like I like that electronic warfare is a little bit buffed now because it always felt like the only reason I was taking it was because I needed a fifth skill to get to drone ships, or a fourth skill so I could get to drone ships, or a fifth or sixth skill because I'm trying to get drone ships and Neuralink. Like those were the only reasons I would take electronic warfare. I almost always take the flux, the phase ship skill because it increases combat readiness for phase ships and also increases the amount that they cloak your fleet. So for me, that skill was always the skill to take. And electronics warfare, I only ever grabbed it if I was like I had a spare skill. 9 times out of 10, I would just use elite gunnery implants on all my officers to make my ECM rating good. But now, like, having the longer range on capturing, I don't know if that's really that great. Uh, I don't know. There's a lot to read about a part of the game that while I definitely appreciate, it doesn't really like it impacts fights, and if you're not aware of it, it impacts them quite a bit. But I don't think this is going to change the way I approach things. I'll have to look into it again once we get into the when we get into the game. I'm going to look over the whole skill page for a bit before we start. Cybernetic augmentation. Yeah, I thought that's just boring as hell. It's definitely not useful. So, too many elite skills? No, not really. I don't think that's an issue. I think the issue is that the officers don't level up enough. Um, so yeah, the new. I don't think cybernetic augmentation is super great for the way I play, but I do feel like it's going to be. great for those players that focus on flying their capital ship and maxing their character to fly that capital ship. This is going to be a great skill for them. It definitely makes investing in the combat tree have a big payoff at the end when you can now buff your entire fleet as well as your main ship. So for that style of play, it's great. But for the wolf pack, I don't know. Maybe there still is some wolf pack tactics application here. Like if I specialize myself in a certain way. Well, it's definitely something I'm going to want to explore when I have the mod for increasing my level, like where you can level up back past 15. But if I'm just going to level 15, I don't know that I want this because there's too many. Like I play like a very specific way at this point, where hull restoration is almost required, and having Wolfpack Tactics is just too good. Getting the higher level skills, like getting Fleet Doctrine, is so good. Support Doctrine, that's what it was. So good. Like there's just so much in the yellow and green that I love. Yeah, like that's what I was just talking about myself, Rise. That there's not a lot here if you're a green yellow fan. This is mostly a red line going to blue as a secondary, which, yeah, sure, works out for them. I don't think they needed the buff, but I don't know. Maybe they did. Maybe this is like something that really was needed if that was your playstyle. But I'm definitely going to try and break this because tactical drills on top of this with Wolfpack tactics. So I just get 1, 2, 3, 4. I forget which one it is. That's the good one. Then we don't get the support doctrine. Go up to 5 here. It's 9. Go up to 3 here and maybe take one of these. Because normally I get field repair and bulk transport. Maybe we skip bulk transport, just get field repair. And then take one of those to get another elite skill. So that's 4, 3, 7, 5, 12. Gives me 3 more skills up here. And I can make 5 of them elite, giving me an extra 5% across the board for damage, maybe to 10. Support Doctrine is great. Swarm of 3 DP lashes should still be viable. I actually have to play with that at some point. Try that out. Yeah, Support Doctrine is fantastic because giving all of your ships combat endurance means that they're getting buffed. If you have oh, I almost forgot about forget what the skill's called, but the one that buffs your combat readiness across the fleet. Long story short, though, with I think it's crew training and tactical drills, it's like a 25% increase to combat readiness, which gives you like a 5% damage buff and a 5% damage reduction. Yeah, crew training, that was the one. Like that alone is well worth it. Like forget getting tactical drills, which is just a 5% damage boost. This is boosting your offense and defense. Plus, it gives you more combat readiness, so that if your combat readiness starts decreasing, it has more to burn through before you run out. And if you re-engage quickly, having that extra combat readiness, like in a follow-up fight, will allow you to deploy more ships because more of them are going to actually be ready to fight. Thank you for bringing that up. Oh boy, that's a name. Rebarber. Is it Rebarber? Rebarbers? Rebarber's laugh. But yeah, the top speed increase was something I was forgetting because a 5% top speed increase in combination, especially with coordinated maneuvers, like it's so good having that extra top speed. Like your ships being able to maneuver. Like this is the reason why I don't play with larger ships is because they're too clunky. They can't position like they're too easily baited into bad positioning by the enemy, and they're too dumb to realize when they're making bad moves. Even when they're set to cautious, they'll still get into bad positions. And in a larger ship, they can't maneuver to get out of those bad positions. Whereas the smaller ships have that ability to maneuver to get out of those bad positions. But like having that little extra top speed is so good, especially with the smaller ships. yeah, having good combat readiness is just a huge buff across the whole fleet. Is absolutely something to keep in mind. Um, the Neuralink buff, very happy to see that. Neural Integrator, Hull Restoration. Oh, getting rid of demods, blah, blah, blah. The complaint about this one is that you get into the end game, it doesn't help you very much in combat. I disagree. The counter argument is that with this skill, you can afford to lose ships since you can recover them easily, and this unlocks more aggressive and potentially stronger playstyles. This counter argument is, why do this if you could invest in skills to make you stronger more directly and not use ships in the first place? I don't like any of this argument. I think there's some truth to both the counter and counter. With that in mind, what sort of in-combat bonus would make sense here? The general idea is that you should still be able to afford to lose ships. It's original flavor in industry, so I don't want the skill to boost ships directly. How about this? Pristine or near pristine ships with at most one demod have their deployment points cost reduced by 10% or 5 points, whichever is less. Whoa! What? What? That's huge! Man, I liked this skill already. You didn't need to buff it. That was my. I kept saying, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Like, is because I don't think. Like, okay, first of all, it's the skill that when you build in, does it still say it? Combat, blah, 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 deployment point cost. I could have swore this was the one that if you built in demods. No, I might be thinking of support doctrine. Like, but this was already, in my opinion, the best skill in the game because I don't want to lose ships, so I always have reinforced bulkheads. But as soon as I get this skill, it essentially discounts the OP cost on all of my ships because I can now take those bulkheads out and put something else in. So for me, hull restoration was basically a 10 to 20% ordnance points boost across my whole fleet, on top of getting to freely restore ships. Very good. This is insane. Like, holy crap, did they take the one off of support doctrine? No. Oh, freaking A. Hey, so about yellow green boys not getting anything? This is insane. Oh my god. There's no way this stays here. People already called this skill too good because it kind of like nerfs the whole survival aspect of like ships just dying and just needing to play around that. But like, oh my god, this is a big buff. All right, well now I'm really excited to get into the game because this is I automatically like transverse jump right off the bat, bulk increased storage and then sensors. Like that's my that is my Triforce of early game. Like that's it. Period. And then I go down yellow in order to get containment procedures, especially to get hull restoration. Now it's like that's obvious. Like you need that. You get that. Oh my lordy. So whichever is less means big ships will not get a huge reduction, just the 5 on the biggest ships, but just that 10% reduction because that's I'm assuming gonna like I wonder how that's gonna work with frigates. Like if you'll get at least 1 point reduction or if it'll be like it'll actually count the decimal. So I'm thinking of like the LP Brawler specifically. A 10% reduction is only going to drop it to 5.4. So will that mean like every 10th one is free? Am I doing the math right? Yeah, every 10th one would be free. So like I'm gonna definitely have to look at this in game to see how it affects smaller fleets. But the mid, like, there's now a huge opening for destroyer and cruiser fleets. Like, go wide with the wide ships, not the biggest ships, just the medium ships. Get that support doctrine, get that hull restoration. Oh man. Um, yeah, that's what I'm wondering myself. Is if the minimum discount is going to be 1. I couldn't remember if support doctrine did that or not. Now, the next question is if I have both, how does that work? Well, support doctrine is also 20%. Yeah, I'm really interested to see how that works out. So with 30% reduction means almost 2 points. So like, will the LP Brawler with both skills cost 4? or will it cost 4.2, and it's like I'll only notice it every 5 ships. I don't know. We'll have to play around with that. I'm really hyped to see how that works out. That's a huge buff. All right, support doctrine. Another skill I thought needed help. No, it does not need help. All right. I'm not actually 100% on this one. See how it goes. See how the top tier leadership skill that competes with best of the best, which is really good. I mean, yeah. Unless you build more things. Oh, yeah. Best of the best was the one that I was thinking of, where you get combat readiness improvement for having support skills built in. Okay, but I still thought support doctrine was really good. But so those are the two that I actually really like. A lot of times, if I'm not doing a high tech thing, I'll end up going to get both these elite skills, because then having that extra combat readiness is just so good. I cannot stress this enough. Combat readiness is the biggest buff in the game. It's just too good. So all right, support doctrine on the other hand gives your ships without officers the effects of some skills and then makes them cheaper to deploy. Right now it gives non-elite officers non-elite effects of 3 skills, changing it to give 4. So we also get ordnance expertise. Yeah, this might make it too close to an officered ship. An unaugmented officer can still have 5 skills, one of them elite. On the other hand, support doctrine skills are not handpicked by the player, and it's not. Yeah, well, officer skills are barely handpicked. You still have to play the lottery to get the ones you want. But anyway, and it's not an amazing combination. This is also true. This is why I didn't think it was that bad in the first place, having 3 skills. It was just that those skills were always useful. I don't think ordnance expertise is really going to be that great. Like how is this going to show up? Like I'm thinking of ordnance expertise correctly, right? Hold on, let me get to that skill page since we're talking about it so much. New game. I'm going to play a new file. Oh, let's just pick familiar. You know what? Let's just go with. No, see, I can't decide. No, I've got decision paralysis. Random. There we go. Captain. Generate. Kelly Cannon. No, thank you. No, thank you. Lindsay's no, thank you. Athena Anderson. I like that. AA. Okay, we'll go with Athena Anderson, Iron Mode. I'm going to do the Explorer start because we're going to try to do the Explorer Quick Start. Still. Skip tutorial. Alright. Now I've forgotten what I was looking for. Oh, you know what? I didn't check that. Hold on. Let me double check who we got here. This one's been touched up. It's not new, but it's different. She looks older than she used to. The old one was of lower res. This guy was not player pickable before, so you're correct. There is a new portrait there. I don't believe he was player pickable. I think that was a special portrait before. Now that I know that they've touched that one up, I'm gonna look closer at some of these other ones. They're rearranged, I think, right? Because I think some of these used to be at the bottom, and now they're up here at the top. Yeah, for sure. She used to be towards the bottom. So they've brought a lot of the independent pirate characters up to the top. I don't see anything jumping out at me right away. Is he new? He looks new. I don't remember seeing him. Oh yeah, no, these 2 are just flat out new. This whole line here. These 4 are completely new. Oh, here's a couple others. Yeah, you're right. These are definitely more pirate themed. Quite like them. They're very nice. I like the bob cut on this one. It's kind of funny that I think that's the first bob cut we get. We got a bowl cut, but I don't think we have a bob. That's nice. I like the head wrap on that one. I think the head wraps are kind of cool. We got definitely seeing a lot of those on different characters. And the angled armor. Which one is that? This one here? Or this one? I mean, I like seeing some more armored ladies in general. I'm very happy with that. This one's really cool. Quite like that. I like the hairdo. I like the mask. I like her hairdo as well, too. I like this guy. This guy's kind of cool. I like the flight mask look. This guy's kind of cool, too. I feel like he's going to be a quick favorite for a lot of people with the red symbol on it. Yeah, I like this one as well. But this guy, I feel like, is going to become a quick favorite of people. He just looks too much like a lot of sci-fi characters that are beloved. Like, I like it. It's a good picture. This guy, we finally have our dwarf player. Like for me, I was already happy with my goblin lady, which that's got a touch up. Now that I'm looking at it again, her eyes have been touched and like somewhat something about this face is different. Like it's more high resolution or something. It's got more scars on it too, kind of like what's this one? Where's she at? This one. How she's kind of got like this scarred up face. You can kind of see that a little bit more on here. But to me, this was always like the goblin, and now we have the dwarf. Like when I go to do a playthrough of armor only, I know who my guy is now. Did anyone else get new portraits? He's gotten a touch up. He was not that well defined before. That's definitely a touch up on him. This one's new, I think, or it might be another one that's touched up that just blended in before. She's definitely got a touch up. That's nice. I'm noticing that a lot of these touch ups. I think she got her touch up last patch, as I remember her scars being more prominent before. So that's not. I don't think that's a new touch up. I'm noticing that a lot of these touch ups have the eyes off center, so they're not just staring down the camera as much. Because I don't remember her eyes being off to the side like that before, as clearly. So like, I'm noticing that with a few of the old ones. Like her stare is now off center. The portrait of the office, the hegemony officer friend. I'm trying to remember who that was. Oh, hold on. There's more head. Like, wow, this is split weirdly. So we have this chunk is hegemony officers, whereas this chunk is now Tritachyon. And we have more Tritachyon here, switching into the Ludic. But then there's Ludic here. Are these guys Ludic now? I'm confused. But this guy, is he in here twice now? Oh, they just got a new picture. So there was this guy, who I think is the old one, and then this guy is a new one. Well, with the NVG ocular thing. Is that this guy yet, or is it this guy? Is this guy completely new? I think he's completely new because I'm confusing him with where's it? I'm confusing him with this guy, I think. Like he's kind of like I don't now that you've brought my attention to it, yeah, I don't remember him. He might be new as well then. He's definitely new. These two right here. This whole lineup potentially. Or you know what? No. They're not new. These have been updated. Yeah. So these are definitely more higher definition. Oh, I like the update they did on her. I kind of like the original still though. I don't like this update. For me, this picture, I always liked the original because it was so easy to mistake her for a him. This one, you can clearly see the hair a little bit better because the old one, it looked like she had a shaved head, and I liked that. But now it's very clear that no, her hair is just pulled back. But it's easier to see her as a female now. But I really liked the androgyny of the original portrait much more. But yeah, a lot of these have been touched up. So these aren't new. This one might be new. I don't think they are though. I think they've just all been touched up and enough that they look very different. He looks similar to that one officer you talked to about the academy. He might be exactly that because if we come up here again, this guy is an NPC in the game. I'm almost certain that that's the one of the like, maybe not. Maybe he just looks similar to the NPC. Not, I don't remember exactly. But oh, there's another bob cut. I think this one is new. I don't remember that one being there at all. But it may just be another case of like I didn't like the original and just ignored it. Yeah, it's nice to see these touched up. I'm not like this is the only situation here the lady here, where I think I dislike it and would prefer the original. But it's still nice to see the love and tender love and care given to him. Yeah, a lot of these look sharper, more defined. And then we hit the bottom of the list. Yeah, so it's hard for me to notice the new ones because so many of the older ones were touched up that like I don't remember her. Maybe she's new and I don't remember him either. Huh. Anyway, we came here to look at skills. Um, you know what? What am I gonna take now? Let's take one of the new portraits. Let's you know what? Tempted to grab him just to do it, but I think I want to. You know what? He's not new to this portrait pack, but I have not used this one yet, so I'm actually going to use this one. We are always Captain Iron Mode. No help. Ow wing. AOE wing. Love it. Mima. No, not Mimas. Second Noel. No. Zeus Nessus. No. 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 Norton Zwang. I like that. Norton Zwang. Norton doesn't match Zwang though. I don't think it matters. Nope. Nope. Friday Win. Hell yeah. Perfect. Perfect name. Friday Win. Perfect. All right. Skip, skip, skip. Okay. We were talking about support doctrine. Best of the best. Allows us to build one more permanent hull mod. I could have swore that was the one. Yeah, here, no. It is hull restoration plus 15% maximum readiness for all ships. Yeah. And then I could have swore one of these also improved ships by 5% for stuff. Yeah, Mexico America is a great random name. I like that. I like that they use that like the choices for the names. I really like that what they've done with them. Like I usually randomize my names and then go from there. Okay, so we were talking about, let me pop open the tabs and then maybe it'll help me remember. We were talking about support doctrine and hull restoration and being busted. Target analysis, systems expertise, missile specialization, reduce the bonus rate of fire to 25% was 50, reduce missile hit bonus to 25% was 50, added elite effect plus 50, 25 missile ammo regeneration rate. Okay, that's nice. I don't know what the nerf was needed for. Does it talk about this? Don't. It's not a special spot for that. Oh, is it crew training? Well, crew training is across the board. I meant there was one that when you had this is plus 15. There was one where if you had S mods built in, it gave you like a 5% combat readiness. Yeah, missile regen is that's what I was getting at. So like the reduction for the rate of fire and for the missile hit points, I guess because of the regen, they wanted to change it up. Only for missile weapons that regenerate ammo though. So the regen rate is only for missiles that regenerate ammo. I wonder how that's going to work with some of the modded stuff that allows you to regenerate ammo on missiles, like the missile auto forges. I wonder if that'll trigger that. It should, I would think. But the thing is that the fact that it has that qualifier really does not make this that great. Like this seems like it's just a straight up nerf. Wasn't it extra damage as well? Was that damage changed? No. Yeah, I'm not sure that like that seems like it's a nerf all around. The missiles that regen in vanilla are the salamanders and the LRMs, and that might be it. I think it's just the salamanders and SRM. I wonder if it'll affect the reload time for the auto reloader though. It just doesn't seem that great. But there are a lot of missiles in modded factions that regen, so this will be great for that. But in general, this is just a straight up, like, this is just nerf. It's kind of a bummer. Oh well. I'm not, like, I like the skill, but it's not exactly like it's one of those skills where if I get an officer that starts with it, I'll build a ship for them, and usually a vigilance with a torpedo with a boom tube. So Cyclone Reaper on a vigilance, so that they can have the extra ammo and build in the extra ammo, and then just pump out missiles. Like, it's so good. It's so good. Anyway, Helmsmanship change base speed bonus to 15 was 10. Change elite speed bonus to 10 SU per second was 5. Nice to see that buffed. Helmsmanship always felt like it was not that amazing. The fact that this is also one of the skills you get with support doctrine is really nice. Um, and in general, I still don't know that it changes where I would place helmsmanship on the tier list, but it is noteworthy that this base skill bonus helps. Comes like support doctrine gives you this on your ships, so it's a nice little extra speed there. And having having it elite was something that I would tend to only do on redacted ships. So I'm not really sure how super useful that is. Helmsmanship is usually isn't a skill I take, and it's certainly not one I use to make elite. Yeah, definitely. Well, helmsmanship if you're playing with capital ships is almost required. So yeah, you got a good point there. 5% more speed for capital ships is going to be very nice, and the flat bonus for having it elite will be very nice for capital ships. You're also wondering if the regeneration effect will affect the autoloader. Yeah, I mentioned that myself. Like, will this buff the autoloader's recharge? Hey, Rise, appreciate the follow. Why did that not come through my headphones? Oh, because I don't have my headphones turned on. That'd be why. Um, yeah, so helmsmanship, yeah, I didn't even think about that. That second bonus really helps out for capital ships. So yeah, if you're into the capital ships, that does move that up much higher on the list. That definitely makes that better. Combat endurance elite effect will now repair the hull up to 100%, was up to 50%. Glad to see that, because essentially this was a really good skill for bigger ships and a completely worthless skill for frigates. Now, for prolonged fights, I may actually consider combat endurance being much better on my frigates and destroyers, since they can go up to 100%. I'm curious how that whole thing reads now. Let's combat endurance, because this is one that I typically wouldn't make elite. It's another one where it's only the redacted ships where it would come up. So the maximum total repair is still either 2,000 points or 50% of the hull, whichever is higher. So on a frigate, this is going to be much better now. Okay. And they just got rid of the penalty for it needing to be half destroyed just before it starts kicking in. So yeah, that's a nice change. It makes that more viable as an elite skill. Still don't think it changes how I rate combat endurance. It's already pretty top tier just for the first effects. Like, it doesn't need to be elite to continue to be top tier. But now making it elite is a little more viable. Field modulation increases hard flux dissipation, which seals are. Oh my god! This is skill did not need a buff. Increases hard flux dissipation while shields are active to 20%. It was 15. And more overload reduction, yes. Oh my lordy. This skill was already, in my opinion, one of the top tier skills. And largely because of the hard flux dissipation while shields are active. Like, that could be 10% and I would still take it. Like, that is so good. And then also to have the overload duration chilled out as well. So good. This is already a skill. Like, I'm a huge fan of target analysis, and now with the changes to that, like, I'm still a huge fan of target analysis. Um, but it was not really a skill I would tend to make elite except on my main character. On my main character, I do think it's the best combat skill to grab for a damage buff, and with field modulation being the best one to grab for a defense buff. But now, like, field modulation just got better, even better. It's just so good. But these two skills, in my opinion, are the only skills that are red that are worth taking on the player, especially with the playstyle that I play. And now they're just the field modulation is now just even better, even better. Like it wasn't good enough. It's even better. Oh, I mean, just the fact that you can dissipate hard flux while shields are up a little bit more. Ugh, it's just too good. It's just so good. Damage taken is incredibly powerful. Minus damage taken is incredibly powerful, both in less damage taken and how it makes the AI more careful against you. Yeah, I'm not sure how much of these skills. I hadn't really thought about that. How it's going to change the AI behavior. Um, because most of these are, I think the one that probably is going to change the most is just the fact that earlier on there was a note that built-in S mods were not being considered for auto resolve. So I think the biggest change to the game is that whatever that fix was, I'm wondering if that was actually affecting how AI fleets would fly. Because if they're not considering their S mods, then they might be acting more skittish than they should be. I don't know. There's a whole section about AI changes we're gonna get to as well, and hope maybe there'll be more in there about that. Damage control. Replace elite effect with repairs of damaged, but functional weapons and engines can continue while they are under fire. Interesting. You replace. I don't even remember what the old elite effect was for damage control. Um, wasn't it like it capped the amount of damage you could take from one attack, which essentially only mattered for Reapers? Huh. Well, that's good though. I'm glad to see that because damage systems comes up a lot. Although honestly, this is gonna hurt me more than it's gonna help me specifically, because I don't take this skill that much, but enemy ships tend to have this skill and have it elite. So that's gonna be something I'm gonna have to keep an eye out for, since I often fly ships with the intent of taking down weapon systems. Now I'm gonna have to keep in mind that enemy ships that have damage control elite are going to be that much harder to keep shut down. Yeah, that seems like for me, for my play style, that's more of a buff for the enemies as opposed to for the way I play. I don't even remember what the old one was. I think it was that it would just cap the damage to a certain amount from a single shot, but I don't think that was something that was really mattered because most of the time, that like the only thing that was hitting that threshold was going to be the Reapers because everything else that does comparable damage did it over time, and I don't think was triggering that effect anyway. Like if you get Tachyon Lanced or Plasma Cannon, like that damage is happening over 3 shots or over multiple ticks. It's not happening all at once, so I don't think damage control was kicking in at all for those, even though those would hit you hard, just as hard as a Reaper would. And it was only one attack per 2 seconds or something like that. Yeah, it's like so you're getting a slight mitigation from one Reaper shot essentially. Um, yeah, I didn't like the way it was worded before. This is just I'm not sure. Like, it's definitely better. It's definitely better. Yeah, because it's gonna come up a lot more often. Ordnance expertise. Reduce base skill bonus to 1.5 flux dissipation per ordnance point was 2. So you get nerfed ordnance expertise. I already never took this, and now it's worse. Now this is probably because it's now included in where was it? In where's support doctrine? Oh, I was reading it over here. It's down here. Added non-elites. Yeah, yeah, that's why. Because they added support doctrine or added ordnance expertise into support doctrine. So I guess they wanted to nerf it a little bit. Uh, I don't know. Ordnance expertise. It's always one that I never really thought much of, and especially like it's just not a good skill. I would always take polarized armor over ordnance expertise, and I wouldn't honestly take either of them 9 times out of 10. Polarized armor is just too good. Like the bonus um, resistance to EMP, the extra damage reduction in general. Like it's a if you're gonna take one of these two, polarized armor is the easiest choice over the other. I really just don't see this as being that great. I mean, even if it said flux dissipation per ordnance point, period, it still wouldn't be that great. It's just not useful. Now, again, I fly smaller ships. I tend to play towards the wolf pack. So for me, this is really crap. I'm just not going to get that much out of it. But if you're flying capital ships, even then it's like your need for flux is so high that you may not even notice this. Uh it's sort of good if you're climbing the yellow tree for combat power only, like you want to get hull restoration, but you're late game enough to not need. Yeah. Um yeah, I can agree with that. Uh because you don't necessarily, like you say, you don't necessarily want containment procedures or makeshift equipment. Um I still think both of those are fantastic. Even if you're doing a combat focus. But if you are literally min-maxing for combat focus, you have a point there. Because you still want to probably take industrial planning if you're colonizing. But even if you're just focusing on combat, then yeah, I could see taking those two. Because you'll probably want bulk transport still really nice, but you may not even need that. So if you get field repairs and then two of those, like it helps out. Yeah, I could see that. Like again, this is because I don't play that style, but if I was, I can see your point there for sure. You'll probably take one now to elite for your wolf pack. Do you mean the one of these two? No, never. I don't take either of these skills on my wolf pack ever. Uh, the fact that the officers only get 5 skills narrows down what I want on them so significantly. First of all, gunnery implants. Period. It's universal buff to all weapons. Well, all of the main weapons. And I want the elite skill to increase my ECM rating. This is where I get my ECM rating from. Is all of my officers are going to have elite gunnery implants. Combat endurance is just so important. Field modulation, very important. Very rarely do I put an officer into a phase ship, so having the shields maxed as much as possible is really useful. Those 3 skills make up the core of my choices, and then target analysis on top of all 4 of those. After that, I'm a little flexible. Those 4 are basically required for every officer I take. And if you've been playing along, you'll realize that if I've only got one or sometimes two skills extra, there's no way I'm taking these. There's too many good things up here that I would want to grab as a 5th or 6th skill. Like having the extra missile ammo, even on a ship where the missiles are secondary, is really nice because it takes your swarm racks and buffs them. It takes your annihilator rockets and buffs them. It takes a lot of various support missiles and now allows the officer to spam them a lot more. I'm a huge pan, huge pan. I'm a huge pan. You can fry up a lot inside of me. Huge pan. Anyway, I'm a huge fan of the swarm racks, the small swarm missiles, because they're really good at allowing a ship that doesn't have a lot of PD to have an option to spam something out to hit fighters. I play with the brawlers a lot, and this is a huge problem with the brawlers, is they can struggle taking down enemy fighter craft, or even just defending themselves enough from enemy fighter craft. But once you put swarm missiles on a bunch of them, they now have the ability to, like, your whole fleet, your whole wolf pack of brawlers can now suppress enemy fighters while you focus on taking down those ships that are have the fighters, the carrier ships. So missile specialization was one that I kind of did like, depending on what ships I was utilizing. I also liked systems expertise quite a bit, and those two generally make up 5 and 6. Sometimes there'll be a ballistics mastery or an energy weapons mastery if I have that officer specialized in something, but generally those are the skills I always take. Gunnery implants, elite. Combat endurance, field modulation, elite when I have officer training. Target analysis, which is just too good to pass up for a damage buff. And then up after that, I have free slots, and there's never going to be a polarized armor or ordnance expertise choice. The only situation I see that being a choice is if I had a officer specifically in a phase ship, I would want polarized armor. But even then, what would I give up to get it is the problem. Systems expertise was a new requirement on some ships. The new elite effects is very powerful now, though. Yeah, systems expertise having -10 damage taken is strong. That's going to be one where it's probably going to change how I do the officers. Like that's probably going to be the new 5th skill that I want to get a hold of. Just flat out because I can do elite field modulation and instead of doing elite gunnery implants, maybe get ECM from somewhere else. Do elite field modulation and elite systems expertise. See, it just makes me really want to consider now going for cybernetic augmentation to get that extra elite skill. Because I really want 3 now. It's kind of funny that how much they changed cybernetic augmentation. Like, oh, I didn't notice this. All ships with officers, but not AI cores. So that's not as strong and abusable as I originally thought. Didn't change anything else to say not AI cores, right? Because that's like the #1 abuse in my fleet if I go for tech is to get the redacted ships to buff the wolf pack. Um, oh, I see what you mean. For if I'm trying to do cybernetic augmentation, yeah, I mentioned that earlier. I would definitely get polarized armor still over ordnance expertise, but yeah, I would want to grab at least one, if not maybe 2. I mean, if we're talking about Barber's example, would you prefer Barber or Rabarb? But if I'm talking about their example, then yeah, you would want both of these for that. But in my case, it would just be the polarized armor all the time. I wouldn't give cybernetic augmentation to the brains of our AI friends. I mean, it makes sense though, because if it's cybernetic augmentation, this is stuff that they would already essentially like. How could they benefit from it? I don't know. I don't know. You picked a name you thought would be annoying to pronounce. Congratulations. 10 out of 10. Absolutely. Um, anyway, yeah, I definitely won't be playing towards that this playthrough, but as soon as I start modding again and I get the a whole new, I think it's called a whole new level. What's it? Hold on, let me just check real quick. I have the mod index. It's a whole new level. It is a whole new level. As soon as that gets updated, which it probably just needs to have that little number change. I don't think there's going to be much change. Yeah, after when I start doing like quality of life mod playthroughs again, I think the very first thing I'll do is build towards cybernetic augmentations and min-maxing it, because then it'll be a little bit more viable when I have the extra skills to spend. Um, Okay, so let's get through these skills. Ordnance expertise, hull restoration, somewhat faster repair of D-mods for ships with lower deployment points. Interesting. Wonder how that's actually going to play out. So, like, if it repairs a weaker ship, will it recharge faster, or will it just trigger faster? Because this is actually something that I've played around when I get this skill. Is usually when I get hull restoration, I will pay for the restoration on my frigates so that I won't waste the repair on them. But now if it happens faster, it might be fine to leave those on. Anyway, removed maximum CR increase per S mod. Yeah. See that did used to be there, and added a flat. Yeah. Okay. So this was a change. Yeah. So that was the one that it used to be, and this is the new one. Buff, straight buff, because it used to be. Okay, so this is a nerf for modded playthrough where you could have with progressive S mods, you could build more than 2 S mods. So I would have like 5 S mods built into ships sometimes. So in that case, it's a nerf. But for vanilla gameplay, this is a straight up buff. This is just so good. Because I mean, with hull restoration, your fleet's going to be shiny most of the time anyway. Yeah, this is just a straight up buff. This is fantastic. Support doctrine added ordnance expertise, which honestly is such a weak skill that it's not even it's barely it is by definition a buff, but it's like any other skill could have gone there and it would have been better. So they did a good job of picking four skills to throw in there where you're not really getting a huge benefit. I mean, let's add it up. Let's add it up. So it used to be ignoring the no, let's not ignore anything. Let's go straight. Let's just look at these skills though, and ignore the deployment cost reduction and just getting helmsmanship gave you maneuverability and top speed. That's been buffed to give you more top speed. Just 5% more, but still, it's gonna be noticeable. Damage control, which is less hull damage taken, less crew lost when hull damage in combat, faster in combat weapon and engine repairs. All nice. Like that was one where it's like I don't like taking this skill myself, but having it on support doctrine is definitely nice. It's not a bad skill. It's just not a like I can get a lot of that through other skills, like the less crew lost, containment procedures, less hull damage taken. While I'm already reducing my damage from a lot of different ways anyway. Like that's not really a huge skill, but to have it in support doctrine is really nice. Then we've got combat endurance, which is so good mostly because of the combat readiness it gives you. And then on top of that, we're getting ordnance expertise, which is just a bit of ordnance and a little bit of extra flux dissipation. So not super strong of a buff, just a tiny buff. Because really combat endurance and the combat readiness increase was the biggest part of this buff. Oh, okay. Twitch is running an ad right now. Oh no. Damn it. That's a bummer. This is a nerf that I don't appreciate. I do not appreciate this. The containment procedures fuel reduction change to 25 was 50%. That's fair. Containment procedures, in my opinion, was really strong. Well, I guess we'll see how that actually affects things. I mean, I used to never have issues with fuel anyway. Alright, so I'm going to take a quick 5-minute smoke break. I've been running at the mouth nonstop for 2.5 hours now. And when I get back, we'll go over a lot more of this. It's just going to be a short break, though. It is 00. I will be back. I'm going to put 15 minutes, but I'm going to try and be back before then. It did not come up. Boom. I'm going to try and be back before then. And we'll continue. We've got quite a bit to go through still, so there's plenty more to talk about. Let me note down when I took this break, though, because I'm going to cut this out of the video. And I chop this part up for its own individual section. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay, that was much faster than I was expecting. Oh, alright, let's get settled back in. Yeah, so the ad cut me off when I was talking about support doctrine. Like, this is a small buff to support doctrine. Um, but containment procedures, this is a big nerf. I wouldn't say worthless. But as far as like, because the maximum total wasn't changed, and if you're running a big fleet, that maximum was always what you were pushing up against anyway. So it's not really that noticeable for a big fleet. But for my small fleets, this is a big nerf. But I my fleets tended to still run like a surplus on fuel essentially with all the salvage I was getting. I don't think it's going to impact my playstyle or the guide that I was going to put out. I think this is still a very good skill to have if you're trying to build a self-sustaining fleet, like a fleet that sustains itself off of salvage while exploring. I think that's not going to hurt it too much. Anyway, now into the other stuff. Oh, miscellaneous. Added autofit variant for the Wolf P. It didn't have any. Added more random person names. Okay, cool. Made the dark gray text color in the UI a little brighter to make it more readable. Definitely nice. I can't think of any specific issues, but I know that that dark text was harder to read. Fixed rendering issue with composite mount indicator scale. Okay. Added enable UI noise setting to the gameplay settings. Nice. I mean, that's not something I have a problem with. If anything, I was having an issue where some of my UI noises weren't happening. That seemed to resolve when I reset, though. Combat. Ships with a range 0 fighters will no longer be assigned to fighter strike orders. That's good. Fighters with 0 range and support fighters will retreat immediately if the parent ship is destroyed. Interesting. Collisions with friendly ships no longer have a chance to cause a flameout when using plasma burn, burn drive, and similar ship systems with friendly ships will no longer cause a flameout. That's weird. I didn't even know that was a problem. Ships with S-mods built in are now always recoverable after combat, just like ships with S-modded regular hull mods. Huh. S-modded built-in hull mods are now always recoverable after combat, just like ships with S-modded regular hull mods. So I'm guessing the ships that you would find with S-mods were always recoverable, but now the ones that you build in are also always recoverable. That's nice. I didn't realize that was a thing. Definitely means that there's a way, like, I don't, like, hull restoration is now buffed where it's like, I want to take it anyway. But not having it, if you have the extra story points to build in an S-mod to all of your ships, you can now get around hull restoration being as super important. So now you can just build any S-mod in. And with things like, especially insulated engine assembly, and some of the other S-mod bonuses that you can get, this is now like, that's a buff to S-mods across the board. I like that. That's nice. Fixed ship deployment issue that caused certain predictable / poor behavior, such as redacted ships always being deployed last by the enemy. Okay. More broadly, ships that are stronger will no longer be so likely to be deployed last. That's good. Like, that would always be an issue, is like you finally get through a tough fight and then you realize, oh, you didn't even see the flagship yet. Ship AI. Excuse me, I'm chewing on some lemon cake. Mm. Ship AI is probably my #1 source of frustration in this game. I'm always happy to see buffs and changes to the ship AI. Fix an issue that caused ships to fire torpedoes at frigates more liberally than intended. Thank gods. These officers, whether they hit a frigate with a torpedo or not, is so, like, ugh. Especially considering most of the torpedoes that I employ are Cyclone Reapers. Like, please don't fire at frigates. It's not necessary. Uh, Fix an issue that could cause the AI to miss badly when taking manual control of certain weapons that were already not already pointed towards the target. Didn't realize that was a problem. Glad they fixed it. Improved manual handling of use less for shields weapons such as the mining blaster and the IR autolance. Now aware of faster time flow for the purpose of collision avoidance. That one's really important. Those little scarabs were awful little bastards, bumping into everyone when they were using their ship skill. So hopefully that we'll actually see this be a thing. Although I would like to point out that they mentioned in the last patch notes that they were going to call that phase ships would now be handled better, and I have not actually seen that be the case. I still see ships trying to become one with each other. Um, so we'll see how much this actually helps. Fixed issue causing it to turn off the front shields when given treat order. Okay. I didn't know that they did that. That's nice. Improved the use of high energy focused ship system. Should save the last charge for more important weapons. Glad to hear this. I always was wondering if high energy focus was really being utilized correctly by AI ships, and apparently it was not. At least not as well as it could have been. Fifth issue with the phase skimmer being sometimes used aggressively by a retreating ship. Confused with what that means. Are they saying that it would be, ships used to phase out and head towards the enemy when they were supposed to be retreating? If that's the case, then yeah, that's a good change. Fixed issue with threat of flash bombers being evaluated incorrectly. Okay, did not know that was a problem. Steady personality will now also maintain missile range with PD and missile ships. Previously, this required cautious or timid. So, are they saying that steady ships used to just move out of missile range? I'm not sure. I mean, it sounds like it's a nice change, but I'm just not sure how that used to work. Possibly fixed or improved issue with Fury, Odyssey, and ships with similar systems ramming stations. So that's good to know. I mean, I don't use those ships quite that often. The Fury and the Odyssey. Like Fury to me is very low tier. I might be wrong on this. Again, I don't use the cruisers and capital ships all that much. But to me, it always seemed like, why would you take the Fury over the Aurora? Or like, but I don't know. But I guess if they're ramming stations, you definitely don't want them. But now they'll do it less. Fix or improve the issue, so maybe it's not completely fixed. It's just going to be funny to see. That's interesting. Maybe we'll include a Fury or two in the fleet just to see if we can observe this behavior. Now knows about selecting an empty weapon group if all groups are auto-firing. What? Of the AI, so ship AI, now knows about selecting an empty weapon group or one with the least firepower if all groups are auto-firing. I did not realize that this could potentially be an issue. That, depending on how you grouped the weapons, that the AI may accidentally turn off their auto-firing. So this is something that I do in my own ships, where I'll select an empty weapon group to make sure all my weapons are auto-firing. So it's good to see that now the AI is thinking about that now, and it's not capable of manually firing an auto-fire group if it's selected for whatever reason. It sounds like it's a good change. Fix some phase ship collision avoidance issues when trying to get to the other side of a station. I mean, hopefully they just fix them in general, because they don't seem to have actually been fixed. Fix issues that cause DEM missiles to be inappropriately prioritized by shields when already firing at something else. Prioritized by shields. Okay, so it's like, it used to be that DEM missiles would pull the AI ship's shields to prioritize them, when perhaps they should be pointing it at something else instead. Alright, that's good. That's good to hear. Although I would really like to see them prioritize their shields to a Dragonfire missile, but in general, this is probably a good change. Alright, ships. Gremlin. Made the forward hard points on the sprite larger in line with other small hard points. Omen made sprites have more color so it doesn't look grayscaled. It's my favorite ship, so we'll see that for sure. The auto firing changes seem really significant. Is the implication that they weren't using any auto fire group if it was their selected group? I believe that is what they were saying. Is that if so, like for example, if you put all the weapons into one weapon group, then it would not be on auto fire, air quotes, if they had that group selected. So yeah, this is something that's a pretty good change, if that is how I'm understanding it correctly. So now instead of being stuck on that auto fire group, they'll recognize that they need to be on an empty group so that that skill or that group will now fire correctly. It does sound like that's actually a pretty big change for the AI that they'll start behaving like this now. I still wish that they would not select groups that I have on auto fire, period, because the whole point of having them on auto fire is that I want them on auto fire. Uh, yeah, it's something that like it might make the AI more fearsome. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like something that has been an issue with the way that the custom loadout or the automatic the not custom loadouts, but the default loadouts I think have been, and if you just use default weapon grouping, I don't think this has been that much of an issue. But if you use custom weapon groupings, this is probably something that is a very welcome change. Like it may have been that people didn't realize they were actually nerfing their ships with their loadouts, and now it's not going to be as much of an issue, if it's an issue at all. Brawler LG, Centurion LG, increased OP by 2. Those are the Lion's Guard. I forgot that there was a Lion's Guard version of the Brawler. So now they get a little bit of an ordnance point boosty. That's nice. Makes them a little bit more, um, like they don't just have a paint job and a debuff. Now they actually have something useful. They probably should have done that with all the Lion's Guard ships, just giving them an OP boost, because that's in line with the Diktat in general and their fleet doctrine. More gun, more better. So I like this change. It's still not going to make me want to seek out Lion's Guard brawlers at all. I could care less. The other three brawlers. In fact, I completely forgot that there was a Lion's Guard brawler. Not gonna lie. To me, there's only three brawlers: the regular gold, and the two shiny variants, the blue and the red. Which I'm not sure if the LP brawler got a change up last time and I just didn't notice it, but it seems a little less red to me. Added the Grendel class phase cruiser, low tech, ready construction, accelerated ammo feeder. That's nice. This is one that I was looking at, and I'm kind of excited about this because this is something that you see in a lot of ship packs. It's essentially a destroyer class gremlin, and so now we have the Grendel, which takes that place. It's nice because phase ships always felt like you didn't have a lot of options in the vanilla game, especially if you were looking at destroyer class phase ships. Like 5 Grendels may actually be the move if you're trying to have low a low sensor profile. Carl Luna is Carol, right? Carol Luna. Thank you for the follow. Don't know why I thought it was Carl. My apologies. Um, but yeah, let's go look at that one a little closer, real quick. Actually, hold on. Before I jump over there, let me look at the second note. Missile Autoforge now has 2 uses: restores the base unmodified amount of ammo and costs a bit less flux to use. Is more likely to use the Missile Autoforge. Huge nerf. This used to be stupid strong because of the fact that if you had expanded missile racks and an officer with missiles, one use of this was just so good. But now that it has 2 uses, it does make me flying it a little bit better. I don't know. This is kind of just a straight up nerf. The situations where it's not are too niche. And being more likely to use the Missile Autoforge, I guess, is nice though, but I almost never have a Griffin flying that I'm not piloting. So for me, this is just a nerf and not really that great. But I don't know, maybe if people have Griffins set up for support in their fleet, or however they have them set up, they may have been noticing this issue. So perhaps this is a buff for some people, if it means the ships are going to actually use their skills. Yeah, for me, it definitely seems like it's more of a nerf. Um, I can't get to the codex now. You know what? Let's go ahead and start our game, just to have get to that starting screen, and that way I can get to the codex. Grendel. Grendel. This thing. I like the design. Like I said before, a lot of people have kind of done this in ship packs where they literally just welded two gremlins together and called it a day. This is kind of nice. I like that it still has that feel, but if you look, it's actually got a lot of weapon mounts on it too. We got 3 small missiles, that's who's up front. 5 medium ballistics. Oh, that's these here. 5 medium ballistics and 7 small ballistics. What's the ordnance points cost? 150. It's a cruiser. Oh, I thought it was a destroyer. This is a cruiser. Interesting. This is a this is a nice ship. This is a very interesting ship. Okay. All right. Rugged construction, distributed fire control. I forget what distributed fire control does. That was one that they brought in for the what you call it, Invictus, right? Yeah, distributed fire control. I forget exactly what it does, but yeah, making this a cruiser. Okay, and it's got the accelerated ammo feeder. I'm definitely gonna have to try out having some of these in my fleet. It'll be interesting to see how they work out, and the rugged construction is nice too. I'm always a big fan of the gremlins having that rugged construction. It essentially lets them suit their purpose, which is to run around and be annoying. And if they get blown up, that's their job. Lowers duration of damaged weapons by 50%. Yeah, if you could double check that real quick, because I don't quite remember what it does. We'd have to get one in game in order to really check it out. Hold on a second. I'm gonna find it out. It's called distributed fire control. Starsector. Much of the damage that takes weapons offline is to external controls. The ship's weapons are engineered to operate more independently, reducing their exposure to damage by 50% and reducing EMP damage taken by the ship overall by 50%. Very nice for a phase ship. So yeah, this thing is absolutely more combat ready than the typical phase ship. Um, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that affects the fleet meta. I don't think for like even for people who take larger fleets in, like this is a nice ship to have. The maneuverability of having the phase ship in general. What's its speed? Because the Gremlin is abominably slow. Top speed 60. I think that's exactly the same. No, it's not exactly the same. But with the phasing, that helps out quite a bit. Um, hmm, interesting. I'm excited to see how this plays out, and especially how the AI uses it. Like, we'll definitely have to see how that works out. Like, I'm wondering what fleets will utilize that. Like, and is there any variants of it? It doesn't say there's any variants of it, so I guess we won't see any pirate ones. Alright, hull mods. Max burn 8 isn't the worst, though. Like, having a cruiser that has a max burn of 8 is alright. Anyway. Integrated point defense AI clarified that the S-mod effect does not affect strike weapons. Okay. Escort package is back in a very different incarnation. I didn't realize this was a thing. Oh! I remember what this was. So this allows a destroyer or cruiser that is within a larger ship's range to get 25% maneuverability, 10% top speed, and 20% weapons range. When a large ship is a capital, these bonuses are doubled when it's a destroyer escort. Very nice. For destroyers, when S-modded, also grants 20% reduced shield damage when in proximity. So this really makes escort ships really good. I was already a fan of escort ships when I'm doing larger fleets. Um, this now makes them like this. This is really nice. This is fantastic. This is a huge buff. Quite enjoy that. Um, yeah, this is just all around great. I had no complaints. I mean, it would be nice if you could put it on a frigate. That's my only complaint. Like I think these bonuses should be similar if you put them on a put the escort package onto a frigate and it's around a cruiser. Makes you want to play another carrier group. Yeah, I mean the bigger bonuses are for capital ships, but I don't know, I've never been a big fan of the Astral. But even just having your destroyers accompanying herons and whatnot. Okay, safety overrides can no longer be installed on ships with flux shunt. In other words, the monitor. All right, whatever. I ain't too stressed about that. Um, I guess it makes sense, but I don't really care. Auxiliary thrusters reduces the OP cost. S-mod bonus is increased. Zero flux speed boost by 10 and doubles the zero flux turn rate bonus. The base zero flux turn rate bonus is a flat 10 degrees per second. Um, okay. So that's a buff to auxiliary thrusters, which is great because I almost never use them myself. I still think the OP cost is a bit steep, but at least this makes them a little bit more viable. I feel like if you need this, what you actually need is helmsmanship. But this is nice. It's nice to see mods that I would not typically use getting a buff to at least make me think about using them, when I probably still won't anyway. Weapons. Dragonfire. Increase activation range by 100 units. That's nice. Keeps it further out of PD range. Light dual autocannon. Increase flux per shot back to 40 was 30. Light dual autocannon. I forget which one that is. Back. Exit. No. Not exit. Back. Weapons. Light. Is it gonna be another light dual autocannon? Oh, the little pea shooter. Okay. I mean, I hadn't noticed. I guess it's a problem. Okay. Heavy autocannon, reduced flux per shot. Now the heavy autocannon, that's going to be the medium version, right? Heavy autocannon. Yeah. So we have reduced. That's nice because I always felt like the heavy autocannon just wasn't valuable enough considering it takes 10 ordnance points and a medium ballistic slot. It didn't seem that super great aside from the range. I almost always wanted something else in that slot. But now that it's got a little bit of a buff, I still probably won't think about it, but that's nice. Phase Lance, reduced flux to damage to 0.8 was 1.2. Yeah, Phase Lance got a huge buff. That is a huge reduction in the flux cost. I remember seeing that was coming down the pipeline. Somebody mentioned that in chat at one point. Um, yeah, it's going to make phase lances a lot more viable on smaller ships, which I think was the only place that they were really viable. Uh, I like putting them on the Harbinger myself, so yeah, I'm happy to see that. Volition Particle Driver. I think that's one of the newer ones that's hard to find. Increase the range, reduce the flux per shot. That's just nice because I mean, like, as it was, it didn't seem that good to want to struggle to go get. Volatile, not volition. What am I saying? Volatile particle, whatever. I'm still interested to see how it really differentiates itself from the hypervelocity driver. Because to me, with how difficult the volatile driver is to get, oh, it's not even in this list. Maybe it's under particle driver. Where is it? Would it be under driver? Is it just not in here? So I know there's certain things that are just not in here. I guess it's just not in here. Well, oh well. Hephaestus Assault Gun. Reduce flux per shot by 10, which is nice. I like the Hephaestus Assault Gun. Storm Needler. Change to use regenerating ammo. Max ammo 60, reload size of 30, 10 ammo a second. Improves accuracy and doubled the rate of fire. Sustained DPS is same as current. Burst DPS is similar to 3 times Heavy Needler. Okay. So this just changes around how the Needler works. I'm not sure I like this though, because if the other Needlers aren't getting changed as well, then this just makes an inconsistency throughout the Needler tree. Like the last one, the Storm Needler now behaves very differently than the other two. Um, but it does make playing around them a little better, because now you can like trick the shots out, get them to spam it out, and then move in. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I don't know if this was needed. I don't know why this change came. Anyway, Squall, reduce missile hit points to 150 was 300. So that's gonna that's fair. Those things come in so fast that the PD has a big trouble trying to stop them. So that's probably fair. Locust SRM, reduce burst size to 30 was 40. That's also fair. The Locust SRM is so oppressive, especially against frigates. Like you don't doesn't matter that it's dealing fragmentation damage. You're hitting with so many missiles. So that's definitely a fair change. All the gazers are getting changed. The SRM and SRM pots is the first one. Increase the cooldown to 15. Reduce the OP cost. That's nice. Gazer SRM, increase the cooldown, reduce cost. I'm glad to see that. Very rarely did I consider taking these over similarly costed weapons. The cooldown nerf would probably be felt by some players who really like these, but honestly, the reduced OP cost, that's a fair trade-off as far as I'm concerned. Maybe makes them more interesting to take. And the Gorgon sees a similar reduction at the small launcher. Interesting they didn't change the medium Gorgon. Huh. Salamander MRM reduce OP cost to 3. Ah! And the pod reduced to 6. This is a huge change for me. Quite annoying though, because it means we're going to probably see a lot more of them on enemy ships. But the salamanders are just so useful, and it was always a pain with how much they cost, considering how slow they were to reload. And this now makes them very, like, much easier to equip on some of the smaller ships, and to just throw them into on larger ships as well. Especially this here, like the pod getting reduced to 6 from 10. That's a huge buff. Charge launcher increased free fire delay to 2 seconds was 1. Happy to see that. Charge launcher spam is so annoying. Especially because when you put the charge launcher on ships, they tend to just spam them out so quickly that they barely last in a fight. Like they run out of ammo so quickly. So I'm glad to see this on both the enemy not spamming them out as much, and both and my team hopefully reserving some and not spamming them out completely. Oh, and then a bunch of modding notes, a bunch of bug fixes. Um, okay, some of these look like they're interesting. Fixed case where if you sold slash lost item you were sent to recover by the Glacier Academy, it will be Sebastian rather than some random officer who will request the return of the Burzer's money. Okay. Fix a dialogue loop with Caden during the air. Fix the ability to leave. Blah. Fix double responses when negotiating with Pather base commander. When gave Contis Den a story flag so that it can't deceive, thus break. Oh, can't decivilize. Okay, so Contis Den can no longer decivilize. I didn't realize that was a thing that could happen. So glad that they did that. Removed extraneous name after colony name in the population and infrastructure tooltip. Okay. Fix issue with extra bonus XP being gained if multiple ships with S mods were lost and not recovered. Okay. I mean, I don't think that's going to come up for me, but it's good to know that that was fixed. Fix text issue with scattered ruins on gas strands. Fix CCM package S mod effect not working. Didn't know that was a thing. Again, happy to see it's fixed. Fix weapon group generation error that sometimes unnecessarily put a weapon in a separate group. Okay. Fix refit screen issue that allowed going over the XOP limit when building in hull mods. Fix issue with autofit and shield shunt slash makeshift shield generator. Fix breach SRM pod showing wrong speed description. Fix issue where a weaker fleet would sometimes pursue the player but try not to engage. That's good to know. I've seen that happen. Fix issue where redacted fleets counted on nearby dormant fleets to join the fight when deciding whether to attack the player. That's good to know. I didn't realize that they were doing that. That explains some behavior that I've been seeing when exploring. Um, so that's good to know that they fixed that because that was always kind of silly. That makes more sense now. Why? Because I would see that where redacted fleets would be like posturing in ways that I wasn't expecting them to, and now I know why because they were counting on dormant fleets to join the fight. More SMod XP getting boosted correctly. Fixed commodity pricing issues when dealing with very large numbers of units bought slash sold. Good to hear, because that does happen. I've noticed this sometimes, so I'm glad that's working. I'm working for content dialogues being able to fire the wrong follow-up text. Okay. Fixed being able to SMod already built in hull mods without having enough story points. Interesting. I don't know how that works out. Possibly fix alt tabbing issues on some systems when in undecorated full screen window. I haven't noticed that myself, but maybe some people have been having problems with that. Sometimes cause patrols to pursue and repeatedly re-engage a player fleet and then maintain a neutral stance. I've definitely seen that. Fixed issue with the Sunder's shield radius being bigger than its collision radius. Interesting. Yeah, Sunder's a weird one because it's so long that the shield has to be so wide. Fixed combat UI display issue with burst beam cooldown would also allow a burst beam extra turn speed during the very end of its cooldown period. Okay. Fixed issue with restore button still having the can't be restored tooltip when switching to a ship that can be restored. Oh, I didn't know that was a problem. Lighting at Alpha Site is now ambient, no longer directional from the center, which has no light source. Oh, okay, yeah. I see now. I see where that's an issue. Right. Alpha Site was what I was thinking of earlier. Fix several issues in the making a deal with the Pirate Station King dialogue. Fix a repeatable section of the Yannick Ram dialogue. Fix issue that caused fleets in locations where the player isn't to have some trouble using jump points. I saw something about that in one of the other fixes. Fix minor placement issue with the Sunder's turrets. Fix cost of the Gazer SRM pod. Oh, maybe that change was cost, so the price cost. Fix issue with hostile fleets spawning too quickly in any colonized system other than the first. I didn't know that was a problem. I guess that makes sense. Fix issue with the historian donations not actually being deducted from the player's credits. Didn't know that was a thing. Star Fortresses of all tech levels now have a basic description of their drones in the station tooltip. Good to know. Fix issue with commerce-related bounty not going away if the commerce industry is shut down. Fix fusion lamp glow showing on other planets in the intel screen while docked at a planet with a lamp. Didn't notice this. I'm surprised I hadn't noticed this. Fixed infinite story point exploitation in character screen. Didn't know about that. Fixed market appearing in orbital station tooltip. Arms dealers no longer offer old style D hulls for production. I didn't notice this before. What are that, like, what that looks like? Like, I'm guessing that means, like, the broke versions of ships where they've updated the sprites. I'm not sure. Marines in the storage and local resources no longer count for ground defenses against bombardments. Still do count against raids. I didn't know that was a thing. Okay. I see what's going on here. That's. I wonder if that's been a thing on both sides, where it's like you attack a place that has a lot of Marines, and that those Marines were helping with the defense against bombardments. Like that seems like it's a good fix for players versus NPC like enemy factions. You know, just doing raids and bombardments in general. That seems like a good fix. It's definitely a needed fix, though, on the other side as well. Be kind of silly if you had a bunch of Marines in storage and then they're protecting against bombardments. Okay. So that is all of it. Still quite a bit in here. Definitely excited to see how the new skills end up playing things out, but what I'm most excited to get in and mess around with is the new colony system stuff. So that's what we're going to go ahead and do now. Going to make sure to double check to make sure I went over all this stuff. Yes. Skill tweaks. I don't want to go into that. I've already got my patch. Don't need that. Don't need that. All right, let's get into the game. I do need to restart the game, though, because my sound is not coming through the speakers properly. I mean, it is coming through the speakers. I need it to come through my headset. So, I have to restart the game for that. Oh, it's already set right. Just needed to restart. Actually, kind of want to change this. I must have that another time. Because I'm noticing that the resolution as it is, like, makes my UI just feel too big, and it feels like it's crowding the screen. I'd rather have it take up less space. Which is funny because I often get told that I play with a small UI. Alright, so we have our file already. We're going to be playing with Friday Win. Alright, let's start off. Ooh, this is new. Yeah, hyperspace, regular. Curious about the Grendel's turrets and phased speed. Yeah, well, I'm gonna definitely try and include one in the fleet so we can see how it plays out. I'm just not sure when I'm gonna get that, because it's definitely not gonna be in the fleet I take out to deep space. Oh, I forgot to look at the, take another look at the skills real quick. Just run down the whole list. I think most of we already talked about most of these. We talked about most of these. I'm wondering if there's, like, the new skills are in here, or if are they all, like, acquired some other way. Transverse jump, neutrino detector. Neural interface, neural integrator. I'm very happy to see this move down. It's going to make playing with it so much more more viable. Not most importantly, it's going to make using the drone ships and actually flying a drone ship much more viable. I'm so disappointed about this. This change just bums me out. Okay, so I don't see anything in there about the new abilities. I'm guessing maybe it has something to do with the hyperspace topography, which we don't have anything for yet, right? Yeah, we don't have anything for that until we actually do it. There's our fleet. Alright. So, our goal now is to get ourselves in shape for exploration, which is going to mean we jump immediately and fly away. Oh, I should have checked. I'll check it before I go in. See if Kanta needs supplies or not. Alright, we're in range now. Crew. Cargo. Kanta needs a little bit. So what we will do is we'll drop in at Nova, which is basically my move every time anyway. I don't even know why I bother looking. Drop in, visit Nova, pick up supplies. Oh, we are definitely grabbing that. Oh, I want to grab all of these. Oh, alright, well, we'll hold off, though. Hold off. I can get this, though. No, I can't. Actually, yes, I can, because I can sell my, hold on. Abort. Sell the machines, that's fine. Grab that. Stabilized shields more important to me than hardened shields. Hardened shields are still very good, but it's not, like, that's a secondary requirement. Stabilized shields is much more useful for me. Yeah, let's go ahead and pick up all this fuel. I'm gonna need it. Oh, check. Oh, arms dealer. See how they changed things up. So we now have medium and large ballistics both available. Quite a thick list. I don't expect to notice much changes on this one. It doesn't really seem to me like if anything, this seems like it's less than I would expect. It's the one that has 100 value that I'm more interested in seeing. But yeah, nothing for us there anyway. There is an officer here though. Gunnery and cautious. I can get them up to why can't I remember what the middle one is called? I want to say stable because the other ones are like reckless and timid. But the balanced one, steady, I think is it. Oh, dang it. I misclicked. I really hope they're not trying to fight me. Because it looked like they were about to move in towards me. Alright. Drop these off. Boop. And now Nachiketa needs luxury goods. How much of the... Let's go ahead and outfit our ships. Drop that. Take that. Drop all that. Take off your guns. Expanded cargo. You, drop capacitor, expanded cargo. You get completely changed. Boop, boop. Oh, nope, got the insulated engine assembly now. Expanded cargo holds. And we can leave that salamander on. I'm so happy about the discount to the salamanders. That's so good. This will be our kit. Make a second one with the machine gun though, because we might not get enough salamanders for the amount of that we're gonna get. Take that off. Expanded cargo, insulated engines, and let's go ahead and put the insulated engines in here too. Capacity. Get that reduced. Let's go ahead and do the same for this guy. Insulated engines as well. That'll help with our sensor profile. Which increased my cargo. Do you have anything I can buy? Like I could probably afford to get a nice little tiny shepherd. They don't have a shepherd. And they do have a buffalo. It's the worst buffalo in the world. Nope. Alright. Let's just buy up all the supplies. Or all the goods. Actually, we have enough even after that. Could get one of these afflictors. Phase coil instability, structural damage, and phase coil instability. Oh, what a choice! What about this vigilance instead? Unreliable subsystems. And it comes with 40 capacity. I can get that up to 70. Grand Fisher, quite a few random things. Mostly the big changes were to the colony event system. A lot has been changed with that, including all the factions now having colony crisis events. So we will be colonizing rather quickly on this file, so explore that. I'm gonna go ahead and grab this vigilance. It'll let me get the rest of the stuff I want to get, because then I can just quickly outfit it to have expanded cargo holds. And yeah, I just want to arm it in some way. Yeah, let's go Thumper. Boom, boom, and just give it a nice thick bubble. Yeah, I'm excited because they also changed the way that the Pirates and the Letic Path works for that, so that it sounds like they're going to be less annoying, and ooh, grabbing those, and that in general the whole system is going to be more less of a nuisance and more of an actual enjoyable feature. Let's get this swarmer built in or put on. We already have stabilized shields on here. Okay. Let me go ahead and actually move this instead of using that. And we'll put. Oh, speaking of which, salamanders got a discount. These small ones now cost 3, and the medium one now costs 6. I think that's a huge change because I really love the medium salamanders on a vigilance, and now I have all this extra ordnance points to work with. In fact, I'm thinking hardened subsystems might be important on this, but we'll just leave it like that for now. And we have quite a bit of extra money left over. I think we're good though. I think we'll just fly like this. And when we get back, we'll do a drug run for Garner. Yeah, we gotta go to Nachiketa though. We gotta burn our ass off. So, actually, pirate trade convoy. Okay, all right, that's not a problem. I was worried that they were posturing towards me, but no, they're a trade convoy. They're not hostile. You gotta be a real juicy target. I shouldn't say they're not hostile. You gotta be a really juicy target for trade convoys to want to engage you. Like, they have to have a big advantage. Ooh, nice little gap here. I like that. Alright, Nachiketa is, I think, this one? Let's check the map, though. No, it's that. It's that one. So I was off. Alright, I don't have a story point. I'm not going to risk it. We're just going to drop in. So unless this guy flies off, I'm going to give it a second, see if he leaves. Nah, I think we're just going to eat the tariff. We're going to make enough money anyway. Oh, it's so brutal. But we can take advantage of the goodwill and get a little bit off the black market if there's anything I see that I really want, like these 5 salamanders. And I think that's all I'm going to grab here. I don't want to risk upsetting them too much. Shouldn't even look at the black market. Academic, yeah. Officer, timid. deal breaker. Alright, I think we just take our money and run. New nav buoy, description change. Or disruption change? Oh, you mean the, not the nav buoy, but the sensor buoy? Where you could introduce false readings? If we could sneak into Chico mod stock, that's actually a really good deal to make on supplies. I think I'm going to drop in at Chico and see if we can get in quickly, since we're on our way back. Let's just bolt out of here. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. We could have tried that out. It's to me though, a lot of times it's not worth the struggle. It's like either you get in or you don't. Picket, merchant. That's probably another fast picket right there, right? No, that's a smuggler. With how he's rotating, as soon as I get out of his range. Alright. He went in, another one comes out. It's over there. We're out of his range. Nobody else sees us. Get that duty-free gas. Pick up those swarm racks. I might go sniper build on the brawlers, so let's pick up the heavy maulers. Oh, I want those needlers. What do we got for ships? Got a brawler. Let's snap that up. Got a couple of shepherds. Snap them up. Just make sure you're not terrible. Yeah, snap that up. Fantastic. Very happy. Let's just double mauler for now. And heck it, let's go over the top. Boom, look at that. It's terrible. I hate it. We have salamanders. Let's use salamanders. Oh, hey, Delta. Yeah, you are a little bit late. You missed all the exciting ranting over stuff. Oh, jeez. Ad break. Well, I literally spent like 3 hours talking about the patch notes, so you actually got here just in time for the play. Alright, anything else that I want to grab? I think we're quickly moving out of where I would grab a buffalo. Sometimes I like to grab a little buffalo. We can't check the market. Like, what do we got here? Nothing. Officer. Cautious. No, thank you. Oh, weapons. Quaddle needs weapons. Can't really sell to them, though. I don't have the ability to buy those anyway. What else do you guys have in surplus? You have a lot of surplus. What's the surplus on goods right now? Not that great. Yeah, there's not really... Oh, I guess there is money to be made on them. So let's grab as many as we can. I mean, I wish it would max out at what I can actually get. Yeah, let's go ahead and max out that as much as we can. And we'll get a little extra money when we deliver. Okay, let's get out of here. See ya, nerds. So we're gonna go to Chalcedony, drop off, and then return to Kantas to pick up, actually, we're gonna get domestic goods at Chalcedony, probably at a similarly reasonable price. Ooh, I like how open this is. It's really convenient for me. Buy those salamanders. Don't need all 5 of those, but I do want some of those. Alright, we're gonna sell 1,000. And all of the weapons. Keep my gas. Yeah. And what do you got for available? Some terrible shepherds. Compromise armor. I mean, it's not that bad. Oh, no. Faulty power grid is a deal breaker. Raises the sensor profile. Not interested. Oh. Okay. See ya. Some excitement going down in the bar. Alright, pick up. Anyone need metal? Can turn that over at the Starworks, which would be a good place to go visit. Citadel Arcadia still needs stuff. Supplies, or the goods here are decent value. Citadel Arcadia again, that's the small planet. Yeah, but the problem with that one is, like, the patrol is almost always there. It's like a coin flip. Could also go back to Nachiketa or Reisvelg. Reisvelg's would be easy to sneak into. Maybe we go to Reisvelg. I think we just try to go with Citadel Arcadia. You can't understand anything. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's how it be. Oh, you know what? We wanted to get those surplus drugs. The price range is good, but is it worth breaking the circle? Now, let's go to Arcadia first. Grab that. And just zoom. Get our bulk transport. Oh, hold on. That means we want to buy more. There we go. And I want to actually get caught, so yeah, we're going to drop into Arcadia and try and get caught. When it comes to building the Necromech, if you really need to, you can try to buy those parts. I almost want to go get the derelicts, but I really don't need them. Hey, you. It's my first day. Oh, what? Isn't this where I'm supposed to be? I'm way off. Arcadia is the other system. Ah, yeah. That's my fault. Alright, get 3 more of these in case I need them. Pick up that, because I love it. Grab their duty-free supplies and gas. Give me all of them. And, you got a ship for sale. Nice, good. Pick up that, I'll pick up that. Good. Actually, let's just do a budget brawler. There you go. Just to have guns on it. Oh, and this one I can take the expanded cargo hold off of. And we can put... I don't even know now. I guess we'll do the flux coil. Get a thicker bubble on it. Alright, well I guess we'll go spend another story point over in Citadel Arcadia. That's fine. Yeah, that's this one. Can't believe I forgot which system's which. Like, the other systems I just don't visit a lot, so... It's my first day. Gotta be careful with that rating, though. Boop. Stacks of cash. Need that expanded missile rack. Hypervelocity drivers. I'm always looking for Lex Prime pieces, yeah. Go ahead and bulk up on that. They have a need here. Not that big of a need, though. I mean, it's not worth buying these. I was like, oh, maybe I'll pick up some extra Drago to sell, but no. I don't think I'm going to need railguns. I got it. Maybe I'll need railguns. I'll pick them up. They are rare. Any ships? Got another Shepherd. It's nice. Got a Shade. Very happy to see that. Got another Shepherd. Integrated engines, not a problem. Alright, we are up to 6 Shepherds, and I will be keeping the Apogee, so we don't need any more Shepherds. And, yeah, that's good. Oh, I was changing this up to use a Salamander instead of 2 Needlers. We'll do this. Gives a bit more capacity. Let's do it like that. Make sure the weapon groups are assigned correctly. Okay. And now with Salamanders being discounted, that's even better. Okay. Do I want to visit I'm going back to Kanta, so yeah, let's go to Nomios real quick. Hopefully we can get there without interacting with anyone else. We may have to bail if another patrol finds us. I cannot afford to lose any more points. Ooh, phase anchor. Fantastic. Does Kanta still need supplies? Karis does. Not really Kanta. Okay. But let's grab these organs. Drop them off at Kanta. Meat snacks. And pick up another Shade. Absolutely. We don't need any more drones. I kind of want to get a Gremlin. You know what I'll do is I'll hold out and see if I can find the cruiser. Maybe we'll get that instead. Free up some of these Salamanders for other ships. Just need to remember to buy some. Okay. Officer Tuchen. Aggressive ballistic point defense. I mean, I'm just trying to get any officers right now, so he'll be one that I'll eventually get rid of. But any officers is better than no officers. You pick the one ship. Like, alright, sure. Whatever. We'll move them around later. Let's get out of here. Going to Kanta, pick up the Druvis. Let's drop in on Tibicina and see what's good. I mean, I may end up in a ship where I could use these, but maybe not. I'll buy them just because they got buffed. Maybe we'll need them, or maybe we'll use them. The drugs is what I was looking at though, because with these I can make $100 per unit over at Epiphany, and that's probably where we're going to take the full shipment. So let's go. Oh, I don't have enough money. That's fine. We'll just take some off the top. I want the round number. Give me the round number. Okay. Let's move. What is happening? We are hustling. We are doing some trades to acquire currency so that we'll eventually take over the world. Actually, we're getting ready to go explore deep space. So I need to get a fleet. Oh! That bonk put me right on top of them. Very glad that they were not going to fight me. Huh. That could have been disastrous. Anyway, here's some meat snacks. I will take your drug. And let's go ahead and grab an extra 100 to round out the stack. It is the full amount Epiphany wants. Don't need anything else. Epiphany also wants supplies. Could run over to Nova real quick to pick more up. Let's do that. We're gonna run to Nova. Nothing over here yet. No. Already checked ships. Already checked weapons. I don't have anything else I want to buy. Luxury goods aren't restocked yet. Reisveld still wants a ton though. Like, this is still a good deal. Nachiketa now has too much. That's funny, because I'm the one that delivered them. I guess because I put them on the black market, maybe that messes things up. No, I didn't put them on the black market. Let's go ahead and grab this. This is still a good... I can't afford it. What if I sell... No, I don't think we can get there. I also want domestic goods. Can we get there? So I can buy supplies in Reisveld. And I can buy gas. Alright. That should keep us to Epiphany and to Reisveld. Right. See ya. Vroom vroom. This one, right? Yeah. Pretty good at figuring out which one Epiphany is. Alright, drop these off, make a fat stack. What we got for ships? LP, very nice. What's that vigilance? How bad is that? There'll be plenty of opportunities to grab pristine ones, so I'm not going to bother with that one. Let's go ahead and gussy it up. Boop. Alright. Boop. Get me in there. And what else was I going to look into? Oh, I wanted to get a bunch more supplies, or buy a bunch more of the luxury goods. Pilgrim, not interested in the pilgrims. Efficiency. No efficiency. Don't need gas. So I think... Ooh, I need those. Don't necessarily need those, but I want them. I want them too. I'll buy that impulsor. You never know. Let me go ahead and kit these guys out now that I have better setup for them. Still not sure how I don't actually have everything I want for them. Because it's 2 swarm racks, that's what I want. Here, let's do this guy. Actually, here. Let's cut back and do this guy. Boom, boom. Stabilize shields. Max out. Max out. Alright. Weapon groups. Auto. Done, 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 done. Alright, so that's the kit. Do the best you can. And we'll have to pick up more swarmers at some point. And it's not really worth it to buy a ship for the little bit of goods that I could fit on it. So let's just max out on that. And we are heading to... don't know. I think it was Reisveld. I know it was either Reisvelg or Ragnar Complex. I'm pretty sure it was Reisvelg. Nice. Get our salvaging. Really hoping there's a patrol. I can afford to hit one more patrol. Definitely gonna want to go get caught by some other patrols. Yep, that's the last patrol we can hit in hegemony space. Otherwise we will go too low and lose our chance to get a commission. Boom, boom, stacks. Big stacks of cash. Grab that. I don't need this many needlers. I'll grab a boom tube. Jump over to Karis real quick and deliver some supplies. Do they want weapons as well? No. Quaddle wants weapons though, but I don't really give a crap. Alright, what do you got for ships? Hey, there's the new Grendel. It's fat. Not going to be building that one. Or buying that one. Well, I'll check them out later. I think that's Hard Drinking Spacer. What you got? No. What do you got? Ballistics Cautious. I have to spend a story point on them. I don't know that I'm interested in spending a story point when they only have a skill that I'm not interested in. But you know what? I can take them. And, hold on. Oh, I thought I said hire her. I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's a dude. Alright, yeah, you know what? We can take them. Cautious, no. Cautious isn't so bad considering how I have the ships kitted towards more long range anyway. But we're definitely going to invest in somebody else when we get the chance. We get these extended shields too. Some ships I like to put those on. Alright, let's just go next door to Karis. Turn on the transponder now. And we're going to go ahead and buy... Is it 750, right? 750 exactly. Get us a little bit of credit with the hegemony, see if we can build back up. And potentially, yeah, Volturn needs some machines. So let's go ahead and grab these. Do that on the way back. Grab that for Syndria while we're in town as well. All of this is going to boost our rep with the hegemony and maybe even get us the opportunity to do another pass on them where we spend a story point. I almost said spend a hoary point. Alright, now let's leave. Hopefully we get some good credit for that. I'd like to see 2 points. Maybe we only got 1 though. Jeez, we didn't get any point. That's even worse. Alright, containment procedures. See how that actually works out. Should still be useful for us now. How much do you guys need? Quite a bit. There you go. Get these graviton beams, hell yeah. What's in surplus? Gas? Buy 200 units of gas. We're going to sell those to Syndria in the open. The recreational drugs is good, but there's nowhere really to sell them. Not at that price. And I don't like having them in my inventory willy-nilly. Organics, though. Reisvelg needs organics. We can make a killing if we do them. So we'll do that real quick, but let me see what else we can buy. Cute little scarab. Tempted to take it. You know what, we need to see that new pathing in action. What do I got for it right now? Nothing. So we'll eventually pick up some guns for it. But yeah, I want to see that new pathing in action. I think we just max out organics and move on. Just check the, Alright, what do you got? No, thank you. Try to sell me a turd sandwich. Tell me, what are the specs? It can move. Fantastic. Alright, so let's go to Raiseveld with that. Make a little bit of money. What we'll do is we'll go to the open. I think we'll go on the regular market with our transponder on. Maybe we'll get a few points for dropping these off. Then we'll go to Vulture. Actually. Oh, nope, there's the patrol. Could probably sneak in, but I'm too busy not giving a damn. Yeah, let's just bolt. We did that. That's the Wayfarer. Alright. No, we want to get caught over here. Nope, nope, nope. Oh, thank goodness. Just didn't want to. So we want to get caught. Hi, how you doing? Oh, the transponder, it's stuck. It's stuck. Alright. Sell these. Make some money. What we got? We got lobsters. Alright, now I have the missiles to get these guys kitted the way I want. Boom. Buy the boom tube. Any vigilance? Got another brawler. Play the brawler. Still don't have the missiles I want for him, but we've got it. It's fine. It's fine for now. Do I want the lobsters? Nah, I think we're good. We rescue lobsters from deep space. I don't want to go to the bar. What's up? Target analysis, but cautious. I'll take the risk. We'll take it. Yeah. Just gain the ship, and we'll. That works for now. Okay. All right. So we want to go to. Should we go to Nortia real quick and get the rest of these goods? Yeah, let's do that. Get the rest of the machines they want over there. Oh, wait, we don't have machines? Are we short on stuff? Oh, no, Nortia's... I always confuse Nortia for an industrial place. They're a military place. Which means they have good weapons for sale, but they don't always have good supply stocks. Pick this up. No, not that one. Just integrated targeting. I'm not gonna use integrated targeting anyway. What am I doing? We've got swarmers now. These breachers, just in case I need them. So I can fill our gas tank. And yeah, I guess we're just gonna go next door. Oh, ships. Ships. What do we got? Nothing that I want. And even less. Arms dealer, what's up? Phantom? Hell yeah. I mean, I'm not too concerned with getting a hold of them, though. None of these weapons are that important. Like, I don't need the Phantom now. I'm really tempted to order 2 of them, though. But it's not going to be the last time we see them. Oh, yeah. I love the new variant, Manticores. The Manticore LP is fantastic. It's so fun. I'm really tempted to grab these Phantoms still. Like, they're really nice. And I can build, if I got 2 of them, I could replace 2 of my drone ships. How you doing, Colin? And I could just build in the survey whole mod. Tough call. Very tough call. I'm probably at the point right now where I will be in system long enough to take advantage of them. They're going to, they'll be finished before I leave. They're going to discount my sensor profile more than just a couple of frigates. It would, I think I'm going to pass. I think I'm going to pass simply because later on I can get them again. It's not the biggest deal. I'm literally not going to use them for anything that they're for right now. They're not necessary to get. And if I do get them, that's a huge chunk of money that I'm going to lose. And it would slow me down. I'm just not going to bother. It was a tough call, though. It really was. Honestly, if I'd had a little bit more money, I may have jumped on that. Also, if it was at any other point in time, it's mostly the fact that I'm, you know, getting ready to leave. So I would have to bring them with me. That was the cute new pirate, yeah. Alright. Gas for Gas Daddy. Which will cover... Yes, I can get one high intensity laser and hopefully not get yelled at. Don't need to worry about any other black market purchases though. Yeah. Now, supplies. Nobody really wants supplies, of course, when I'm here and I can buy a ton of supplies. Make hardly any money off of it. There's no point. Oh, they had ion. They don't have pulse lasers. I want to get pulse lasers for this. Any ships that I want to pick up. This nice brawler on the open market. Snatch that up. I don't think I did enough to get away with buying an afflictor. It's got a faulty power grid anyway, so we're going to ignore that. Hopefully we can find afflictors later. If I get to a point where I can't find any afflictors, I'm going to be very, very butthurt. It's a goofy build. Need more maulers. You don't have any maulers here, do you? Oh, also I bought a brawler, didn't I? Oh, I just kitted it out. And no officer. We don't want to go to the bar. Is there anything to buy here? Not really, right? Let's go get gas. Fill up my tank. Alright, what about Kanta? Nachiketa has the surplus. Kanta still has a surplus of domestics, and we can take him to Jangala. Alright, let's go to Kanta. Ooh, there's a weapons deal to be made, though. If I go to the Starworks instead. Just trying to do some quick math in my head for the timing on that. I'm pretty sure I could get there, get all that stuff, but I'm not sure I could get there and get to Jangala Unchained before that deal is unavailable. There's nothing for me to bring from here to Kanta though. Meanwhile, I could stop by Chalcedony Aroni, pick up some shiny rocks to give to Starworks. But there's Chalcedony Aroni doesn't need any domestic or supplies necessarily. Oh, they do need a little bit of supplies, but not enough to make any kind of purchase here worth it. I don't even remember what I was going to take over to Jangala. Oh, I was going to go get domestic goods. So if I do this, it's about 20 a piece. I make 46 a piece. That's almost 100,000 that I'll end up with in profit. But if I do this, I can sell them for almost 500 a piece profit. So it's about the same deal. Alright, let's try to get to the Starworks. Oh wow, look at that. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. There's no one here. Boom. Grab that. with tariff, I think it's... No, it's not that big, not that much better. I'm still better off buying the pirates. But they might not have enough, so I'll pick these up. Definitely going to pick these drugs up. We'll sell them at Port St. Francis as well. There's no one nearby, so I was able to slip right in here with going dark. That's fantastic. I wish I had like noticed that before I bought all that gas, but we did not lose a lot of money on that. And I'll go ahead and pick up this Afflictor. And how many brawlers do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4. A fifth one would be okay. Let's go ahead and shred this and this. We're at the point now where we really don't need those. Ooh, that was a lot of my carrying capacity, though. Grab that. Hardened subsystems. Needler. These guys are still double Needler. I think that's it, and then capacitor. Yes. Believe it or not, it comes up. It comes up more often than you would think. So buy these in case I need them. I like to put them on the Odyssey, not the Odyssey, the Apogee. Is there a... Again, no heckin' buffaloes. No one's ever got buffaloes when I want buffaloes. Buy another brawler. Yeah, let's go ahead and get the other brawler. Still don't have the weapons for it though. No! It's so depressing. Don't look at it! Titanius, don't look at it! Oh! And then we gotta shed some gas. Not a problem. Oh, and I have these machines now. Let's get rid of those. Right? Nobody wants machines, right? Oh, Volturn wants machines. Yeah, but I'm leaving. Alright, let's get out of here. I'm gonna hide in these asteroids field before anyone shows up. The idea being that instead of having a randomly generated seed, somehow I got a hold of some cheese seed. But the thing is, like, there's no way to predict this late in the game how patrol fleets are gonna operate. Like, I would have to arrive at the exact same day and spawn in the fleet, something like that. It would be way too crazy and unpredictable. So it was more of a joke than anything. Alright, yeah, definitely not worth buying any brawlers. Ooh, we got a red brawler. Yeah, let's do a second. Let's do a backup LP. I like having more than one. You know, for when the first one disintegrates like tissue paper. We got a secondary backup. Ooh, wrong one. Hold on. That's good enough. And where are you? You. I want you in this one. Still not gonna. I mean, maybe we mentor this guy. I mean, he's not a bad choice for that ship. But I'm at the I'm thinking of late game where I want a very specific officers, so I don't want to waste a story point. Hey, there we go. That's what I wanted to see. Ooh, maybe annihilators. Yeah, let's do annihilators. And then, I guess since I have the points, reinforced bulkheads, hard subsystems. I'm pretty sure you have a pretty terrible. Yes, you do. Go ahead and stabilize the shields. Worth the discount. Yeah, and then if I end up flying it, I am absolutely gonna want this to be on alternating, but the AI is not going to do it. We'll find someone to put it in eventually. Okay. Fleet's shaping up pretty nice. Let's get our shiny rocks. Go ahead and buy them all. I'll still get a good price for them over there. There's not a good deal on those right now, so I think we just... Ooh, officer. What do you got? Helmsmanship. Oh, you know what? I have just the ship for you! Get in there! And we will mentor you to be... No, we will not mentor you. I don't like helmsmanship on my officers. It's not a bad skill when you're playing with larger ships, but when you're playing with smaller ships like me, it's too redundant. Like, your ships are already going to outmaneuver the enemy, you don't also need helmsmanship. Alright. Where is the Star Works? Right there. Didn't we go? Bonk. Alright, here's your shiny rocks. Enjoy. Let me get them guns. I'll take them all. That's the drugs. I'll make money. Let's take them. Give me that shield. Give me those DACA cannons. I need those maulers. Fantastic. I think that's all the maulers I'm going to need as well. In fact, I probably didn't need to buy all of them. We only needed 2. So I'm not going to be picking up any more. Let's get these guys kitted properly. I'm not going to be picking up any more of the brawlers. There we go. Nice little 1-2 hammer on them. Quite enjoy that. This is my favorite setup for the brawler. It's real quick and easy. You can't always get the velocity drivers and the maulers, but with enough trading around, you do find them. The reason I like this so much is that the range allows them to punch up a lot easier. They can stay out of range of a lot of cruisers and destroyers while bombarding them with the weaponry, and having the swarmers on them really impacts the effectiveness of enemy fighters. Like, these guys essentially just shred enemy fighters with those swarm missiles, which is one of their biggest difficulties with brawlers. Is it, even if you put heavy machine guns on their forward-facing turrets, they're only forward-facing, so they struggle with enemy fighter crafts. So it's a real nice way to offset that. Plus, it does allow them to have a stronger strike, alpha strike, when they're just being able to spam those missiles out. Already got stabilized shields, right? That's what I was looking for. You know what? I'm gonna build stabilized shields in on this guy too, because stabilized shields is great, and it gets a little extra XP. And we just, another thing that you want to think of when you make a big trade, think about that bonus XP. If you can build in a hull mod, it's a good time to do it. Right now, though, I think that what we're buying is going to offset that. Okay, so we're going to save the supplies until we get to Eldfell, but we are going to buy them. Oops, I did that backwards. It's just a little inventory management. Made creating the stack of 400 easily, or much easier. And we're going to buy all those. Cannot afford all those. Do you have cheap drug? I do have cheap drug, but not that much. Alright, so there we go. I should have looked at ships before I did that. Thankfully there's nothing here I want to buy. That Tempest is tempting. Aggressive ballistics, you're in. Oh, I didn't have the money. Hold on. What do we not need? Good. Alright, let's bolt. Head over to Port Saint Francis. Drop all this trash off. Pick up some more trash. Go some other place to sell my trash. Probably drop in at Kazaron to pick up stuff on the, like, a bunch of black market supplies. Because that will be easy to sell in system. Because I think it was Ilm, right? That was in need. Eldfell, I meant. Yeah, Eldfell. So they're in system. What is this? Oh, that's the escort package. Well, don't really need that, but not gonna. I'll worry about that later. We'll probably find it when we're out in deep space. Oh, look at all these ion beams. Can't resist. Oh, what's that? You were having trouble giving chatting in Twitch? Oh, they need supplies. What am I doing? I'm going backwards. Yeah, since we're going to go to Kazaron, we should be able to buy up a bunch of supplies there, so we'll sell here. Probably find a better omen somewhere else. Concerned woman, what's wrong? Got a bunch of ore that needs to be delivered to Snore. What's funny is that's actually a really good price to make an ore trip, but I'm really not interested. I guess the icon still kind of looks like she has short hair, but it looked like she had buzzed hair before. I appreciate that one more. Alright, let's go to Kazaron. Oh, that's lame. I've had issues with the phone version of Twitch just not being good, but that's a new one even for me. Yeah, this should be Kazaron. Alright, we're gonna drop in screaming. Hey, how you doing? How you doing? Oh, it's me with my transponder? Oh, I don't understand. No hable inglés. And we're free. We might use more of these. Let's just go pick up this whole stack. We don't have to think about it that way. Pick up some more of those. Might need them. Grab all of that. Grab all of that. Does Ilma also have a shortage of anything else? Or Elfel, I mean. Yeah. Yeah, but not weapons. So let's grab all these machines up. Cover shuttle is not super important. Don't tell the crew. Have enough shades, but I will snatch up both of these vigilance. I think we're good on brawlers. Is this set up correctly now? Not necessarily. I'd rather have hardened shields. I don't know. I want shield conversion front. That's what we want. Shield conversion front. And we want to build that in as well. So let's set them all up like this. Then we'll build in. How many story points do I have? 12? Because if I build in something, I can take the reinforced bulkheads off, because they'll be recoverable without the bulkheads. Alright, so let's fit them out like this. Do I want the thumpers on them? No, I think I want the graviton beams, actually. Or the ion beams. Ooh. I think I want the graviton beams on them. Thumper was a fun idea. Let's go graviton beam. Pro doesn't speak Persine in the Persine sector? Yeah, no. No hable Persine. Alright, I think it's time to switch our transponder on. Oh, you've got to do the missions associated with that particular invasion thing. It's the higher level missions. Whenever you highlight one of the icons that's got that red cloud over it. The sad thing is as soon as you evict them from Earth, she's just going to go show up somewhere else. So usually what I'll do is I'll make sure that these Like, I'll evict him until he's somewhere that I can tolerate it, and then just ignore him. Some more Warframe talk there. Alright, let's move these guys all together, and then we'll get in here. And we want to build in stabilized shields first. And then we'll just get resistant flux conduits. Let them be able to vent their shields quicker. Or we get the no, we don't need expanded missile racks on these. So yeah, we'll do resistant flux conduits. That'll be the new build. So, stabilized shields. Trying to remember the keybinds as well. Yeah. I think we're good. There's always no more black market ships to buy, right? Yeah, I don't want another shade, I don't want another brawler. I mean, I could use another shade. Another shade wouldn't be bad. I have 3 shades and then 2 of the afflictors, but yeah, because there's a chance I might not end up with an omen at this point. So let's go ahead and get that extra shade. And then concerned man, cheap business suit, domestic goods, Chipola, rid of them. Yeah, not interested for 200. You were talking to me about 2,000, maybe. Alright, let's turn the transponder on. How many supplies do they want over at Eldfell? 1,500. And then after that I could go to Epiphany on my way over to Kanta. By the way, we have a story point, or a level up. Makeshift equipment. So I think I just want to max out on that. Grab all of them. Let's grab the 600 machines they want over there. This will get us a little more credit here. Buy all that. Very happy with me now. We're not going to Chalcedony, we're going to Epiphany though. I'll grab the 200 Marines for Epiphany. Right, it is Chalcedony after this, right? Yeah, or Epiphany. Yeah. So Eldfell, then Epiphany. We already talked to all these people. Alright, where's Eldfell? On the other side. We'll burn over. I really do feel the slower movement when I've got the Apogee with me. Really makes me want to cut it. I don't think we can fit this in there. Maybe we'll try. Maybe we'll try to fit in the. Oh, by the way, I want to go dark. Some more swarm racks. Did I run out? Or did everyone get them? Oh, they all got them. I just ran out. Like right on the money. Well, I have them if I need them. Yeah, we're not gonna do. Maybe we will. I will do another brawler, so I'll grab those. And then we're here to sell gas or gas supplies. Take all of them. Not all of them, but almost all of them. Oh, we're actually selling these. And you've got nothing I want, and no one to talk to. Let's go to Epiphany. Oh. Whoop. Messed up there. I was just looking at my fleet and trying to decide how many more ships I wanted to get. I want to get at least 3 more vigilance, 1 more phase ship. Four more slots open after that. Let's see what we can find. Oh, these Marines need to go here. Pick up those, pick up those. You got another red brawler for me? I do. Yeah, alright. Let's go the red brawler. Quite enjoy them. They're so good. Probably gonna use one of these. What are you? Cautious, and you are aggressive. I really dislike the wolf. It's mobile. It's all right, but it doesn't punch hard enough. I'd rather have two medium mounts than 1 medium mount. Now, there is something to consider for like maybe making a fleet of like phase lancing wolves. Maybe put a phase lance and an antimatter blaster on them, then all of a sudden their damage output could be crazy. That might be worth trying out, but I like the brawlers so much more. And I guess we could pick up all their domestic goods. Get a good price on them. Oh, but they only have 300, so yeah, they don't restock anywhere near as quickly as they used to either. Oh well. Let's get out of here. Go to Kanta. See what we can do. Drop in a Tibicina again. Visit Nova potentially as well. Yeah, when you're designing a wolf pack, it's what's most important, at least to me, is how many large mounts you can get on into your fleet. That's the most important part of the equation. All right, let's pick up an omen. Build a bad omen real quick. He's cautious, right? That's why we didn't put him in there. I'd rather you be in there, though. Alright, still building this. Allows me to cut the reinforced bulkheads. I mean, I have enough space now. I can get the antimatter blaster. Get a little more capacitor. Becomes less important when I get later on, but in this early stage, most of the fights I'm going to get into, the antimatter blaster will be more helpful. So we'll do that. Any more officers? What do you got? Field modulation, energy weapons. Alright. It just occurred to me I snapped them up before I even had a ship for them to fly, so we need a blue brawler, or... No, I wouldn't want to get a blue brawler for them. Ugh, I had to fire them. I snatched them up a little too quickly, before I thought about it. Hardened units of what? Ore. No, trash. No, get away from me. Trying to hustle your dirt rocks. scared the crap out of them. Nope. Ooh, officer. What you got? Cautious, nope. I also don't need energy weapon mastery at all. I already have an extra energy weapon mastery person. Oof. Just nowhere to sell this stuff now. Starting to really feel it. We'll see if we can sell. Probably still make a little bit of money on Kanta. I'm definitely feeling the tightening of the trade abuse. It was a good monitor here. I mean, it's not good, it's kind of beat up, but I do like monitors. Glitch sensor array is not a problem. Let's go ahead and grab the monitor. And you know what? There was that gremlin too. Where we at? 3 shades and an afflictor. Let's go ahead and grab the gremlin. I like gremlins. I have a soft spot for them. They're so cute. Alright. I don't have an officer for the boom tube yet, so I'm just going to continue to build them like that. This one. That. Do it like that. Yeah. Then you, same story. Oh, I don't have another assault gun. Huh. Oh, they have one though. Oh, we want to build in the stabilized shields. I think shield conversion front is still what we want. Then we give it thick. Okay, how much to restore this thing? I'll go for it. Let's see those shiny numbers. Yeah. Alright, that's fine. Alright, 3 more ships. I need to get a blue brawler, 1 more vigilant, and then 1 more extra ship. Any raw vigilance? No. No. Well. Can I scan this one? I can. Nice. So they still have a surplus, but the price is still not discounted. Guess we're going to deliver these goods to Jangla. Do an open market trade. Oh, there's another afflictor. Darn. Kind of wanted that instead of the gremlin, but I'm going to stress it. We'll leave it as it is. Let's head over to Jangula. What's our rep with Edge? No, we can't. Can't risk it, so we'll fly in, do an open trade. It's not a big deal. We're not really trying to make money now. Now we're actually just trying to make our trips worth it. Just make profitable trips while we search for the last 2 ships we want to get, or 3 ships. Organic surplus. No one really wants it though. Oh my god. No, I just ripped one of those apart. Ooh, hold up. Oh, that's just a new guy. Don't need most of that. Kinda want to pick up a Tempest. Compromise armor, damaged weapon mounts, not really a problem. This could be our ship for our medium guy. I just gotta kit it right. Maybe double phase lances. I do have the phase lances. It'd be kind of funny. There'll be a better one though, like a better shaped one. Oh, damn it. Oh well. Should I just figured that? Because I don't think I saw them having anything at a discount. Let's go check up Scothy and see if there's anything going on here. Side drama. They don't even have a issue with supplies. Station's blown up. Let's grab these even though I'm not using them. I could potentially fit another regular brawler in my team. Hey, that's what I want to see. Blue brawler. They don't even need the boost to the vents, which means yeah, I like that. Okay. Nice. Nice. I like this little group we got built up. Still need 2 more ships. I'm thinking 2 more vigilance. That's what we really need. And I need an officer that's got weapons, missile weapons specialization. So let's go check out a few places. Let's go to Kulan and Tibet and Tritachyon land. Should be fine. Just walking up to here. Scothy needs drugs. I'm not really interested in making money right now, though. We're good. Do I want to put the heavy blasters on the blue brawler? You know what, if I can get another blue brawler. No. I'll buy the heavy blasters though. Wait, don't I have my transponder turned on? No, it's still turned off. Buy these salamanders. And pick up that. We could make money off that, but I don't really care. Military bounties. Now we turn on our transponder. Head over to Kulan. Trying to get officers. Nope. Production slots. I don't have anything to reduce. Oh, disappointed by traders. Transplonic ore. Unfortunately, I cannot get that easily. Not flying away and flying back. I'm not interested in doing anything like that right now. What do you got for ships? You got a nice brawler. I was thinking about grabbing that. I don't have another officer to slot into it, and I don't want to get another officer with energy weapons. So let's not bother. Just leave. How many officers do I have? 6, so I need 2 more. Our drinking spacer. Nope. I mean, I don't know why I looked anyway. I'm not buying. Get some of these rare weapons for later. Oof, a lot of gas. Yeah, there's a Tempest that I could have bought. I'm still tempted to get that Tempest though, because I could put her in there. Let's jump on it. Let's get it. Stabilized shield is still worth doing. There's a build-in bonus. Shield conversion front. Unstable injector. So the resistant flux conduits. And 5, 10. Yeah, leave it like that. Get you in there. I mean, if I could, I would get rid of this guy and bring in someone to fly this. But right now I'm struggling just to get officers, let alone officers I want. Bonk. Alright, so we've maxed out our ships. I shredded everything, right? We got rid of the dram. Yes, we did. No officers. Don't know why I'm loading the ships. Don't need them. Alright, let's go to Kazaran. Actually, I've already went there, so let's go over to Western East. There's like 4 colonies there we can check. They're all hanging out together. Save this one, right? Go ahead and turn transponder on, just all we're doing is finding officers. Of course, I'm always going to check everything regardless. Stop looking. I'm just gonna hate myself if I find something I want. Just check for officers and move away. Move on. What you got? Perfect. Exactly who I was looking for. Alright, where'd that new one go? This one. Not a problem to build a standard missile rack into the Vigilance. It's going to be firing primarily off of its auto-loader anyway. Let's give it some hardened subsystems, I believe. That's not the worst. We'll leave it off. do have extra space. I think what we'll do is we'll do the flux coil, because I want a thick bubble on it. I really need to get hardened shields. That's what I would like to have on it without the flux conduits. It doesn't really need vents. It's only going to be firing occasionally with a thumper. Alright, we're going to mentor you to be aggressive. Because the main advantage here, in case you're not familiar, is how quickly you can deploy multiple. I always forget this guy does this with the heckin' salamanders. It's really annoying to fight. No, do not auto fire that. Alright, so what you do is you get up on front of someone and you go thunk, 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 and then look at that, we're already reloaded. Ah! The AI is better at it than I am. There we go. Hey, look at that. Obviously terrible. But it's the fact that you're going to be firing so quickly anyway. Like, this is, especially with the AI taking much better shots than me. I'm more of a deliver the Reaper straight into your hands kind of flyer, as you can see. But they have do a great job of actually doing. Huh. Luxury goods urgently need deliver. You know what? Let's take this. Yeah, I'll take that up. Anyway, so we still need one more officer who could deliver these goodies. Do I have my transponder on? I do. Let's go next door. No patrol. Oh, there's no patrols nearby. Give me that. Give me that. Still need more hypervelocity drivers. What am I saying? Always need more hypervelocity drivers. Honestly, with the way this fleet is set up, I could use more hypervelocity drivers. Like, these guys could honestly be just hypervelocity drivers. But I think we'll leave it as is. Yeah, I think we're fine. I am tempted though to change. I think I'll do this. I'll change 2 of these over to so we'll drop that. Which, why is that? Oh, you built the hardened subsystems in. God damn it. So foolish the way they build like that. So we will drop that. But whatever. Anyway. I hate how it auto-builds things like that. I shouldn't have to tell it to not leave the template. Yeah, it didn't do it here, thankfully. So yeah, we'll have 2 extra ion beams in the fleet. Like that a lot. And we still need another officer. Where did they just get our job for? Nortia. That's fine. There's a lot of places in Syndria we can go visit to check for officers. That should be Nortia. Oh, hello! Right up under me. Thankfully, that's the one that doesn't really bother you too often. I think it only bothers you if you're near. If you're near their stuff. I don't need that last one. We'll take the hardened shields and the advanced optics, though. Oops, no. because advanced optics will help offset. Let's do. I want to do this because I like having the extra. Let's do it like that. We'll do advanced optics. Oh, it takes 5. Rip. There you go. And I kind of want to get heavy shields on that one too. What was the other one I was going to do heavy shields on? Was it you? No. I think it was Boom Tuber, right? Yeah. I get the flux coil for no reason. Hardened shields. Back to all the y'alls. Get rid of that. Add the hardened shields. We can work it. Hold on. Drop 3 and 2. The hardened shields on. I swear if you auto fit for one, is there a thing? Should be auto fitting product. Just allow black markers use ordinance storage. Blah blah. Okay. Do not get me did it again. Look at that. I don't need it. Stop it. Just wants to add in the hardened subsystems. It's not really that important to get rid of unreliable. So you know what? Here. Boom. No more unreliable subsystems. We're good. Alright. And get the supplies and the gas. Came here for officers. There are none that I'm interested in. So let's go ahead and turn on our transponder. Go check out the other places. Let's end our trip at Syndria. So we'll hit Crewer and Vulture first. Don't know why I'm looking at the black market. Stop looking at stuff. Number's too far away. Let's just bail. I'm only looking for one officer for hopefully for something I can fit in, someone I can fit in that brawler. Let's go ahead and grab our commission and start heading out. Worst case, we'll just pick up whoever we can. Oh, you know what I completely forgot to do? Was to check to see if there were viable nearby colonies. Yeah, hopefully these are nice for a colony. Because we're not gonna be able to do Penelope. Hey, what's you got? Ballistics, ordnance. Alright, it's not terrible. It's not bad. Ordnance expertise is pretty awful though, I do hate it. But you'll go in there. Definitely not someone I'm going to mentor, but we're done with our search is the important thing. Not the portmaster, the administrator. Sounds great. Alright, so then we want to gas up. We have quite a bit of supplies. We don't really need more. Just gas up and I'll grab it. No, I think we're good. We're good on supplies. We do need machines and... Is there anyone nearby? It's you. Alright. I need... Okay. We have our supplies, we have our volatiles. Now I need to drop off. Let's go to Myasura. We'll drop off at the, what you call it? Abandoned Astropolis. Lost Astropolis. always confuse these two. So the closer one is the dead one. This is the one I'm going to go to. Abandoned Astropolis. Lost Astropolis is the pirate one. Alright, let's try it out. Oh, it's so nice. Oh, it's automatic. It's so good. Love it. Oh, I could use a bit more supplies. Let's go ahead. Yoink. Yoink. Alright. Let's go. Off to explore. Let's go hit up these ones at the end. Over here. This will probably be the ones I end up wanting to colonize. Since they're so close. Because that is our not our primary goal, but definitely a goal. Is to acquire colonizable. Nope, 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 nope. Don't want any part of that. What's the survey here? Nice. Very low hazard rating. Decent volatiles. That's high on our list. If we get the Succotron, that very well could be the planet of that we take. Decivilized, rich ore, kind of a bummer. Basically got a bunch of crap going against it. Still might be a viable option though. Do I want the Atlas? I don't really care. So let's just go ahead and grab it. Don't need that other stuff at all. $275 hazard rating is rough. That might make it that I don't want to colonize this system. I'll have to see what the other ones have going on for them. It's there. Oh, there's a gate here though, which is nice. Let's check out the gate. See if there's anything floating around it. Doesn't look like it. Just a donut. Still, nice that we already have one. Oh, what was this? Hanging out over here. Someone just got shit hammered. Yeah, I'll take the high tech blueprints. Take that too. Alright, let's see what this is up here. Some debris. Lots of machines. Rip. Location of a derelict ship. We'll lose more machines. We did. We lost a lot of machines. Guys, hold on to the machines. Ugh. Okay, this is a nice one. Low hazard rating. This new functional system is probably set by cycles ago. Nothing exciting. Yeah, we'll take that. Take that. Low hazard. I think this is probably going to be worth it since we don't have to worry about the hazard rating too much. So that might end up being a good colony for us instead of the small one, which has a huge hazard rating. Let's see what this last one has. I'm expecting this one to have high heat as well as no atmosphere, which will make it too hazardous to really justify. Yeah, extreme heat, no atmosphere, and nothing good. So yeah, we have a couple of nice planets. Could work out. Just a regular comm relay, nothing exciting. Only one stable point though, which means we'll have to throw another one in. But it's very close to the core worlds. So this will probably be our system. Another gas giant here. Oof, toasted. Another 200 with no bonus. Hey, big cannon. Yeah, definitely not worth our time there. Oh, but there is another planet over there. Ooh, hey, hello. What we got? That's a Revenant. We will take that. I don't care what's wrong with it. We're taking it. Compromised storage, increased maintenance, phase coil stability. Not a problem. Yeah, sure. Not an issue. We'll take it back and we'll get it gussied up. Thankfully we're not that far out, so we can return quickly and take care of that ship. It's also slowing us down. Or is that... no, that's just us being slow. Habitat. I may actually get rid of the apogee in preference for that, the Revenant. Oh, it radiated. I don't care. Yeah, it's turd rock. Oh, don't need the mule, don't need the Medusa. Diffuse volatiles. Nothing exciting. We did see a lot of crap though. I can check out that reading real quick, just to confirm whether it's something or not. Ow, bonk. Bonk. Yeah, I think it's just a bad reading. Alright. Let's head over to Madeira, pick up more gas, and figure out what we want to do with this Revenant. Let's double check real quick, we're not at war, right? No, we're good. Oop, wrong one. That's the blue one. Transponder on. Not buy. Sell. Guess I could get rid of the gremlin. It's just taking up space. You have the survey. I have survey. I don't need them. Survey equipment, solar shielding. Ooh, I don't have that many story points. We're gonna save our last story point then. We'll just leave that as is. And, reinforce the bulkheads just in case for now. I guess we just get rid of a shepherd. The thing is, I'm trying to... if I get rid of the apogee, we can move faster. Like, this is the main reason why I don't like the apogee, is... The movement speed debuff is just too much. Yeah, I'm just selling it. Get rid of it. Get it out of here. Don't know where all this came from. Where did all that come from? I must have accidentally looted all at the habitat or something. Just take an extra 100. Alright, let's get back out there. Oh, so much better. Oh, I can feel it. Plus, we still move pretty fast through the slow space storms. Very happy. So, white dwarf or a neutron? Looks like a white dwarf. Hello. This is just a turd. Actually, it's not that bad. I don't need anything. We're just gonna leave before they decide to get feisty. Let's go searching through all of these. Those are all of my viable targets here. Low beacon is no beacon. Let's just jump in. Meat snacks. Let's go check out the gate while we're over here. It's at least a debris field. Then what was that other signal? Probably just a patrol, right? Investigate some of these signals. Alright. That's just that. I think the other ones I was curious about are just bad signals. Okay, that one's moving. It might be though. Let's go investigate it. We can go wide and come back through. No, it's not moving. Yeah, it would have moved by now. That's just a bad signal. Alright. Rocks. Still gonna do a lot of surveying, even if it's dirt rocks, simply to, when I look back at all the different systems and trying to make up my mind on colonization, I want to have all of these planets surveyed. No, not established colony. Oh, I thought there was ruins there. It's a shame that one doesn't have more volatiles. This would be not an okay system if it did. Just because it has multiple planets. It's only got one stable point though. It's a shame. Hello. That's funny. They thought I was worried about them. Turns out they were worried about me. They took one look at my fleet and they were like, not worth it. Ugh, great. Administrator. Oh, that's nice though. A little corrupt nano forge. does it even look like? Vast ruins, no atmosphere, no hazard rating, though. That's by itself. There's a couple things up here. Let's go check what's going on. Just a debris field. And over here. Oh, now we're at war with the church. Aurora! That's cute. Let's take a look at it. Got a person. Takes a story point, and it's pretty roughed up. Not a bad shape, though. First of all, what's this one? Manage administrators. You know, there's only going to take 2,000, and I know I'm going to need an administrator, so I'm going to hold on to them. And the officer, though. What do you got for skills? Ooh, that's actually... Oh! Deal breaker. I need that elite. If field modulation's not elite, you're basically worthless to me. Get out of my life. It's terrible. Out the airlock. Bad choices. I'm kidding. We wouldn't throw them out the airlock. Throw them in a pod. Then throw them out the airlock. Ooh, toasty. That's not how that... You can't... Wait, actually, hold on. Can I? Can you fix that with a story point? I can't... You know what? Now that you mention it, retraining is a thing, isn't it? Well... I guess I maybe got a little excited. I forgot how retraining works with the level 7 officers, so I just sort of threw them out without thinking about it. But no, that would have been worth retraining. That was actually a pretty good loadout. But, oh well. These things happen. Considering my last save was at start, we're not gonna stress it. They don't exist. We're just gonna pretend that didn't happen. I like the new salvage picture. Yeah, that was definitely a bad call, though. Oh, a new picture for the, when you come across supply caches. There's new art. Low beacon is no beacon. Come on! Recharge. There we go. Should survey the gas giant. Find one with fat stacks of volatiles that will change how I want to consider colonization. Skipper, Lasher. You know what? I'm going to actually start checking these derelicts now. Because I completely forgot about retraining officers. And I do want to see what the new pictures are like. Not the new pictures, but the new sets, skill sets for officers. That was one of the things in the patch, was that officers would have specific skill sets instead of being, let's say, adequate farmland. Ooh, that is worth looking into. That's pretty close to the core worlds. That's not a bad colony right there. Fortunately, the tectonic activity, I think, makes the mantle bore unusable, doesn't it? number exactly. That's not so bad. Should be able to take all of that with just our wolf pack. But I'll bring in the extra ships anyway. Let's go ahead and set up my control groups though. It's 1. It's 2. It's 3. Bring 1 and 2. Oh, you're looking right at me. Alright, that's fine by me. I thought you were cautious. I guess I did make him aggressive. That's exactly what I didn't want him to do, is just pound the shield. Probably over deployed, but I didn't want my fleet to posture, like to take defensive posture, so I over deployed so they'd just stay aggressive. Price. Oops. Damn it. Oops. Wait, is that not too much fuel? Oh, I thought it was getting close. I mean, I am close, but that wasn't the line. Let's get out of here. Get off my engines. Space dolphin. Oh, pirate base bounty. That means there's probably a base here. Athletic base. Yeah, if comms ever turn on randomly, that's a concern. Which means the base... Oh. Where the base is. Guess that's it right there. Let's go confirm. Get it on our map. And leave. Low beacon is no beacon. This is a big fat planet. Unfortunately, there's only the one planet here. It's Tundra World. Adequate farmland. Got some green. Green is good. Common organics. It's also ready for soil nanites. If we get soil nanites, we'll probably end up taking this planet. If we don't, though, I don't think it's going to be worth the effort of colonization. Oh, hello, assholes. No, we're good. It's okay. Yeah, I don't want to play with that. It's too many. Too much drama. Too many heavy, thick ships in that fleet. We don't have Wolfpack tactics yet. find something really... Nope, empty. Hopefully we find something really cool in this place. Nothing. Alright, we could potentially colonize Braddock and Jiao. So this isn't a bad little section over here. Maybe colonize something over here to balance things out. I don't know. Probably not. But you could have Braddock with our volatiles harvesting and our open air factories. And then have organics, farming, and light industry over here. Nice 3 planets is where I want to be anyway. I'm not trying to colonize the whole universe. We'll see if we find anything else better though. Low beacon is no beacon. Dive. Turd rock. Irradiated worlds are very rarely worth it. And by very rarely, I mean I don't know that I've ever colonized one. Unless I was colonizing like all the planets in the system, just because. Oh, damn it. The tectonic instability on that one is the problem. I may end up... Just look at this again. Because I don't have... I may end up needing to reconsider where I drop my another colony. So definitely want that one. I almost... Yeah, I want this one. The low hazard rating is the big draw there. But I might need to consider where I'm getting my rocks from. So I don't want to have to import rocks. I don't have to. Let's peek in. Looks like a cryo volcano. It's got room and stuff. Whoa, thick boy! If I don't get a Succotron, this is a real good option. Because it'll have all my rocks that I need too. What's that over there? Is that like a scanning target? Oh, it's the technology cache. Yeah, see what I mean? It's a brand new picture here for the caches and whatnot. At least I think it's brand new. Maybe it's an older picture and it just got touched up. Okay, that's a cakewalk. Yeah, let's just bring in Team 1. We don't need Team 2. Just tell them to be angry. We'll be fine. Is that double Reapers? Oh, we takes those. Nice. Alright. So, we already have that. Eradicator. Kind of want to... Oh, we definitely take that. Learn that one. Healer. Sarissa. Don't really care about these, but I'm going to learn them anyway because it's really not such a big deal. The amount of money I would get from selling them is just not worth it. It's only really the capital ships I consider. Alright, cool. Hull restoration. And that is going to across my fleet. Yep. Nice combat readiness boost. Very nice. Let's burn through supplies real quick while I restore that. Get out of here. Alright, next stop. Yeah, we're gonna go straight to here. Check these out. And then we'll do the outer ring. The outer ring is still, I'm still worth considering in my opinion, but we're almost certainly gonna go with this system over here. Maybe a mix between these two, because this gas giant with a Suchatron is fantastic. It's only got 200 hazard rating. That's so good. Unfortunately, this is not worth also grabbing. Probably just use this, so we could do these two, and then grab this one way over here. Still, and then maybe pick up something nearby. I don't know. Quite a bit to consider. But let's go down here and see what's going on. Doesn't look like there's a lot of viable systems down here, though. These binary and trinary systems tend not to have too much exciting going on, so this might be the only one that's going to have anything we're looking for. Let's see if I can get there and explore it real quick. I'm going to be taking a break in 5 minutes. Maybe a longer break, too. Medium beacon. White dwarf. Check that out second. Medium beacon. It's not such a big deal. There may actually be more going on in this system than I originally thought. This is definitely a little boring system. Let's pop in and just get the survey. Oof. Way far in before. Don't want to bother. Oh, and it's got a magnetic field. Does that one not count? Oh. There we go. Get that. Zoom. Back off, nerd. See what's going on here. That doesn't look promising either. Pirate base. Stop. So if we want spicy neighbors, wasn't there 2 planets here? Yeah, where's this one? Oh, there it is. Little cute, little cutie. It's not even small. I can tease. Ooh, we are definitely chewing through gas, though. So yeah, flying all around is no longer as stupid easy as it used to be. Ooh, there's something over there. Mining station? No, looks like it was just a fleet. Or, random Phantom class transport. Oh, I'm not spending a story point on a Phantom. Alright, let's get out of here. Okay, so we have quite a few planets in this system. A couple over here too. But I need to take a quick break. I have to run an errand. Use the I was looking up, didn't even see them. They crossed right over me. Thankfully, we are just spicy enough that they didn't want to try. Oh. Ugh. Yeah, I think what happened. Well, first of all, I keep forgetting it. But I think with the binary stars, I guess maybe I wasn't in it in the right spot. I don't know. Because it looked like that was a magnetic field, but I didn't. I don't know. I'll have to try that again. But yeah, I was just forgetting with the planets. There's so many things to scan now. I'm just losing track. All right, so I'm gonna pause. You know what? Let's just YOLO dive in here real quick. And yeah, bunch of turd rocks. But maybe the giant will be nice. Anyway, I'm going to real quickly do a bit of an AFK because the inside of it doesn't count. You did get the binary though. Yeah, I thought I was inside the field itself, not like within the field, but like in the spot where it would trigger, but I guess I wasn't. Alright, I'm going to put it for 20 after, just to make sure I have enough time, but I should be back before that. And I will leave you with the nice ambient space music. Anyway, and thankfully I've timed this. Yep, where the ad break just started. Give myself a little extra buffer. I thought I was going to be late. Oh, but no, I am still early. Just in time. Okay. Let's check out these spicy systems. Mining station, nice. Abundant volatiles, nice. Oh, we can take them. Nice move, Yolosaurus. Scarab seems real shy about getting close. I think that they succeeded in whatever they were fiddling with. Another disappointing turd rock. Oh, let's check out this one. It's not bad. I'll have to see what items we get while we're exploring. That could be pretty good. Oh, hold on. There's something out there. You don't want to play with me. They probably actually do want to play with me. See that one for sure. Let's get over there. Some ruins. That's worth it. Yeah, well, we'll scan everything since we're here. We are considering. This is on the list of considerations. We can find a nice bundle of minerals. This would be a really good option. What's that? Oh, that's their base. certainly, yeah, if we got a mantle borer, this might be something worth considering. Apparently there's a special crisis event you can get for having a redacted, oops, hold on. For having a redacted station in your system. So maybe we will colonize the system just to see what that is. Oh, that's a trinary system. Let's get in there and scan the goodies. Ah, yeah. Plus, it's got 2 stable points. Fortunately, the 1 stable point, I wonder how that's going to work out. New systems. No, I believe all of them are in the abyss. And I haven't gone exploring there yet. Oh, wow! They're really far out there, too. Limbo. Yeah, well, we'll be going to explore that at a point. But right now, I'm just, that's a ghost. Yeah, that's not a real sensor. Right now, we're just exploring the stuff near the core worlds to see if we can find anything worth colonizing. Speaking of worth colonizing, what do we got here? Nothing. Dirt rock. It's a shame, because that looks like, that always tricks me into thinking that there's some water. That little spot there. But no, it's just a turd. Alright, let's go see if we can get in on this without taking too much. Oops. Get me out of here before I cook off all of those supplies I just found. Some ruins here. This is worth going over here for. Shiny brawler, but no thank you. Let's jump. Alright, so that was the last in the inner ring. We'll start down here, so I'll come down to this spot, search these for sure, and then we'll come back up through here and do these. And, is this here, maybe this, I don't think there's going to be anything there that's going to be worth grabbing. These will be like, no, there's probably not going to be anything there worth grabbing either. So we're probably going to end up settling on the, up in this northern area. But we do have to figure out what colony items we actually get a hold of. System. Nothing going on. Well, the what's it called? The Orion Perseus Abyss was always over here. It looks like they actually gave enough space for the stuff that's the modded content. Like there's some mods that add stuff over here. But this whole area over here has always been there. It's just never been developed. So now we have something out there, and we will be going to explore that. Just not at the moment. It's a nice little area. If there was enough planets over here, maybe one. Because like this is nice. How bad is it though? How chunky? 275 is pretty chunky. fused volatiles. It's really to write home about. Whoa, that's a wide. Alright, whatever. Is there anything going on? Doesn't look like it. I may do a, yeah, we'll just run around. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Hazard Mine Incorporated. They have a spot. Ooh, actually, this is not a bad planet. Low gravity. No atmosphere. This is literally the kind of planet I would want. This is actually shaping up to be an alright system. So we can grab that, we can grab that, we can grab that. And then we could have our one colony off on the other side doing food and organics. Again, we'll just have to wait and see what colony items we get. Because if we don't get soil nanites or an embryo machine, I'm not going to bother with the looking for a habitable world. It's just not going to be worth the stress of splitting my systems. There's not a gate here. Was there a gate at the other one? So we do not have the... There is not a gate nearby. Oh, I didn't search that. How did I not search that? Oh, you know why? Because it was empty. No, there's not a gate near those. I mean, there's a gate in Zagan, though. So, that's not too far. Because we can deploy a gate, according to the patch notes. But I'm not sure what the story is there. It's a pretty big spike, but it doesn't appear to be moving. So it's probably just nothing. Glad I came out this way. You don't want to play with me, go away. Nice. Grab that. Not worth our time. But thick ore deposits. Plus it's very hot. That is a bonus. Not a huge hazard rating for decent volatiles. If I get the Succotron. This one's actually low gravity. I may just colonize these three just to keep everything close by. This isn't worth going out of the way for, just to get a little less hazard rating. But if I put all three around this, how far out are we? It's not that far out. It'd be really cool if Sentinel was nearby. I might shoot down over here real quick. I think I will. Shoot down over here real quick to check these. Come back up, maybe grab a few of these. Because if Sentinel is nearby, then this is definitely a really good spot to pick up. That is for this. So let's check this one out and then we'll go dive the red beacon. It's kind of a rare planet, having volatiles. The rich and the ultra rich though, maybe I colonize this. Nah, I'd rather have them all together. Beacon. Let's try the gas. The needler. Ooh, nice. That was almost a jackpot. Hold on. Learn all those. Grab, 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 grab. These are no, right? No, no. Yes, yes, yes. Of course. Gumball. Wow. That's 3 gumballs. That's pretty lucky. Ooh! Abundant volatiles. Bonk. No thank you, no thank you, no thank you. Alright, so let's fly out to this and then we'll come back in and try and... I think that's it. That's it. There's their base. Oh, Hadria. Yeah? I'll have to go check it out. Depending on what my gas situation is when I get over there, I might just jump into that spot. Alright. I don't need to explore that. We're not colonizing this system. It's not worth trying to take out one of their fully operational stations. Definitely not. Alright, let's do our quick exploration and see if we can... what's nearby. I think Sentinel is only on a yellow. I forget if there's any specific requirements for Sentinel. Officer. Should not have done that without looking to see how much it was going to cost me. I mean, I'm going to explore all the systems. I just couldn't remember exactly where Sentinel might end up. I haven't really looked into it. Doesn't look like it's here though. Because it's a habitable world, if I remember correctly. Ooh. That fat stack of volatiles is pretty tempting though. 275 hazard rating though. It's not worth it. Considering how far out of the way I've got to be. Much rather be closer. Way too many of these administrators. Who are we keeping? Get rid of you. Phantom. It's the second Phantom we've come across. This one's free too. I don't really care. We're gonna be able to get a whole bunch of like the next time we see a trader who has them available, I'm gonna buy like 3 anyway. No, I don't need that. Just give me the goodies. I don't even want to bother. I don't want to give them the chance. Does make me wonder what they were looking at. Like maybe there was something out there in the corner. What even? Just a bunch of stuff. Comm relay threw me off. I was like, oh, what's that? Oh, hi! That's pretty. That's pretty. This might be my food if I'm gonna colonize over on this side instead of the other side. Suddenly became a lot more appealing because I could put a nice food colony up here. Tectonic activity. Volcanic worlds almost always have tectonic activity. I don't know why I'm surprised. Upgraded sensor array. Yes, it is. More farmland. Another officer. Only 150 hazard rating too. Gap. Probably would just take the habitable planet. Can I help you? Should I play? 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 I didn't think so. Okay. Maybe I had just passed outside of the range. Oh, we are going for that. You get the hell out of my way. Oh, crew. Come to work. Two Storm Needlers is pretty nice. Nice range. Oh, hold on. That laser. That's worth carrying. I guess so. I already have one. Toasty. Could be an officer. Let's grab it. It's not an officer. Hey, another nano forge and some more meat snacks. Collecting quite a hoard of meat snacks. It's about the only thing I'll collect from exploration. Plentiful volatiles on this one. Oh, that's just that and that. Okay, okay. There's the planet. I was gonna say, it looks like there's something thick out there. Let's go see what this is. Normal habitat. Another officer. No. No. And not interested. Not interested. That one was at least closer. I guess I could fire some of my other officers instead of just firing the well-trained ones. I really ought to be thinking about this a little bit deeper. I'm just so used to throwing them out the hatch. There was another planet all the way over there by the gate. Alright, let's get a chance to scan around. That's just the pods I threw out, I believe. Yeah. Something over on the other side. Let's go see what that is. Might be a research station. Nope, just equipment cache, not worth the dive. It's cute. Good volatiles. Oh, derelict field. Alright, what do we got? Just heavy freighters. Well, we're gonna collect them because there might be a person inside one. Gas. Oops, too much gas again. Not worth it. Alright, let's go check this one out. Amox. That might be what we're looking for. Star. Check it out. Hello. Get me out of here. I feel like I'm already all the way out in this corner. I should check these out. Save me the time of coming back out this way. feels like more than just debris. Oh yeah, it definitely is more than just debris. It's assholes. Okay, you wanna fight? Let's fight. Yeah, we got him. This will be a good chance to get some XP. Is that most of them? Yeah, that's where most of them are. You've got him. Not a problem there. We're gonna go wide. I'll try and get to that, I don't see it anywhere. Where's the Colossus? How far in the back line are they? He's really far back. Oh, there's the condor. Perfect. You guys coming with me? Because I really want you over here. Over here. Engines online. New engines. Oh, I see the problem. They're trying to avoid that one. I'll also go on this one. apparently they changed the collision for the Scarab as well, so it's not shooting ships all over. I think it doesn't bully you anymore. Just keep this guy occupied until everyone else can get away. Shield back up. I thought for sure that was going to drop it. There, he's done. There we go. Let's figure out what that venture's up to. Oh, it's done. Nice. Alright. So this fight's over. Oh, the gremlin died. Who would have guessed? What? Everyone. Only one ship down, and it was that gremlin. Good work, guys. I don't think any of this is stuff we want. Just grab this, and one of these. Pop. Posture. Oof, that's a toasty world. It's a little hot. It's a little bit hot. Just a little hot. Hello. Nope. Come on. It's the worst one to find. Investigating until they catch you off guard, then suddenly they're scavenging. Investigate the inside of your ship from the outside. Alright, let's go hit these up and then we'll make our way up here. Hit old Millix. I don't want to go too far north unless I have a reason to. So we're just going to grab these, this one, this little lone one, come back down here, grab these, grab that, and then we'll see where we're at. Oh, jeez, it's a pretty big system. Woo! Toasting. There's our research station. An Odyssey blueprint. I think we're going to take that one. Now, you know what? Odyssey is one of the ones I do want to build to see if they still ram stations. Oh, for sure. I have a whole system for it, though. And... Ooh, nice runes. The first step of that system is to drop in on a gas giant. Because they create a big enough shadow. Dang, I probably should have gone in and searched that other one while I had the chance. I don't know that I could make it across, get there, and get back, and I've already closed that window. But yeah, if I can't drop in on a gas giant, I'll consider dropping in on a planet, but more likely than not, you're safer just dropping in on the star because of how much space there is around the star that's safe. It's still, any of the options are not really great options. Freeloaders. Whatever. Perfect time to clean out the gunk from my trackball, right? As the neutron star blast is slowly approaching. Oh, some more ruins. Nice. Oh, that's shiny. Take the heavy mauler as well. And the fighter. Always take fighters. Spread out. Oh. Ooh, that's a lot of ruins. I forget how many of those we're at right now. Was that third? Fourth. I don't know what I'm gonna do with them, but we got them. No, that is moving. Something out here. Well, that's a salvage fleet. Trucking along. This is just a weapons cache. Phase Lance blueprint. Not bad. I'm gonna dive out and come back in. It'll be faster. Something over here too. It's big. Yep. Could be worse. Could be nothing. Definitely gotta go peek at that. So debris field, what are we working with? Ooh, those spikes are pretty thick though. The assholes. You don't want to mess with me. Oh yeah, that's a something, alright. Yeah, we don't want to be anywhere near that. Is that just... That's just my cargo pods, right? I have to go check. Yeah. I should have just assumed. Don't need to worry about that debris field. Freeloaders. I think we're good. What is that? Phantom. It's the third phantom we found. Normally I'd be thrilled to find phantoms, but not this late, no. Or not at this point in exploration. Alright. I think I'm going to skip these for now. We'll just come through here and explore them in the future. So I'm going to head back. You know what? I'll scoop these and these, but I'll leave these for the future. So let's head to iron. Let's ride the tube. Waiting for someone to eat.